I'm just having trouble with our Zoom recording, but you are live on YouTube as of now.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. Got it. Okay. We're set, Vanessa, yes? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Selectmen virtual meeting, November 3rd, 2021. I call the meeting to order at 6:32 p.m. At this time, if anyone would like to speak under public comment, please raise your hand. Okay, I see one hand raised. If we could, two. Let's bring Mr. Hagerty over, please, first. Good evening, Mr. Hagerty. Welcome.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Hopefully no buzz and chirps and chuckles like I had the last time I was on with you.
Nope, you're good.
Thank you for allowing me to speak in the public comment. My specific comment is about section 3, number D, under schedule appointments, the Trails Committee proposed change of committee structure and bylaw. I've read the materials, and tonight I spoke to the chair of the committee, and I urge you not to go ahead with their recommendation to create associate members on that. At the end of the day, when you cut through everything, they have had on occasion an issue obtaining a quorum at their meetings. The issue that they face is no different than any other board or committee in Southborough. And in this day of Zoom meetings and even before Zoom virtual participation, I think it makes no sense to go through all the administrative hoopla to create associate members for this committee. You're opening up Pandora's box for other committees. And I think you open up very significant potential issues. What if somebody on the EDC wants to do this? What if we have an attorney who's a developer in another town that wants to participate in EDC as an associate member, but not be on the record with a vote? And when I read through their instructions that the associate members, the Trails Committee memo of September 1 says under section 1, number D, associate members will have all the rights and responsibilities of other members. Well, it means that they'll do everything else but raise their hand and take a vote and have responsibility for their vote and their decision. And I think the way our government works in town, and I think the way it should work, is if you participate in a decision-making process of a committee, you ought to be held accountable for that vote, and you ought to be listed as part of the quorum, and you ought to raise your vote. So that's just my personal opinion, and I just wanted to bring that forward in public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagerty. And again, thank you for the tremendous job that you did at town meeting and pulling that together as well.
Thank you. We had a lot of hands helping pull that, and I literally said a prayer, and I kept my fingers crossed. If we'd had 3 or 4 more people, we would have been dead in the water, literally. That's how close it was. So, all right.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you. And we have one other hand raised. If we could bring them over, please. Good evening, welcome. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hi, it's Karen Hamlin-Shimkus, 8 Limerick Road.
Good evening, Karen, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to speak during public comment. I was pleased to see under reports the St. Mark's Street improvements / park, as well as a provision under other matters for proposed tree policy. I have noticed a lot of pink notices on trees around town, and as a tree city, it was just curious to me why these notices were going up and why trees would be coming down. We're supposed to be supporting trees and planting trees. Very upsetting to me was the raising of trees behind the library. I simply didn't understand why all those trees were coming down. Many of them looked to be old growth trees. I just happened to be visiting the library and was looking at assessors maps, and I went into the town history book, Stone Fences or Fences of Stone, and I see that parcel is labeled very clearly Nipmuc Burial Ground. So again, raises a lot of questions, frankly upsetting. And I'm wondering why those trees are coming down, why it didn't seem to be a whole lot of public process. And if indeed a park, roadway, parking lot is going into that area, I don't understand why it didn't go before planning board as part of a public process. So thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Karen. Much appreciated. And is there any other public comment? Please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to our first item, discussion of staffing shortages, public safety dispatch. Can we please bring over members of advisory as well as Chief, let's see, do we have both Chief Paulus? We do. And Chief Paulus, and if we could also bring over Julia Fontana, please.
Okay. Just a second.
Good evening, Officer Fontana. Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
All right, do we have Marcy Jones as well, please? And I think that's it from advisory.
Okay.
And actually, I don't know if Chief Achilles, if you want to be included in this discussion as well, can you raise your hand and we can bring you over? Okay. I guess not. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to have a discussion regarding some staff shortages. Chief Paulus had reached out to me on Friday, and I felt this was a great opportunity with advisory coming. But before we go down that path, the board did not have the opportunity to welcome Officer Fontana on board. She is our first female officer under Chief Paulus's charge. So I thought we could take a minute and because we didn't have the opportunity to welcome her to do that. So again, welcome, congratulations. I think this is wonderful. I think you're a wonderful addition. If you wanted to just take a second or two and introduce yourself, that would be great.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to meet a few of you already. It's nice to meet you, Lisa. I've been looking forward to meet you as well, and everybody else. I'm really excited, and it's been a long process with the Academy. I'm very excited to be in Southborough. I've been fortunate enough to already work in dispatch already, but it's a wonderful community. Everyone's been so welcoming already, and I feel really blessed and very excited with this opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to making everyone proud. So I'm excited.
All right. Thank you. Chief, before we go to the board, is there anything you'd like to add?
Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Okay. Yeah, just really glad to have Julia. She's really been with us about a year and a half. We had an opening and she didn't have a whole lot of background. She was just kind of getting her feet wet in the field. And when we interviewed her, we said, you know, boy, we'd like to keep her around in case we have another opening. And by chance, and, you know, rolling into our next discussion, we're able to hire her as a part-time dispatcher. And she just really fit right in, and we got to see what she was all about. And as luck would have it, we did have an opening, and we had another interview process. And credit to her, she just came in and knocked it right out of the park. All the sergeants were in agreement that we offer her a position. And right now we feel real lucky to have her. So she's really just starting out, but fitting right in, and hopefully she has a very long career here in Southborough.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief. We'll just kind of go down the line so everybody can say hello. Ms. Malinowski?
Welcome to your newest role here in Southborough. We're very excited to have you and looking forward to seeing you around town.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Mr. Healy?
Hi, Officer Fontana, Marty Healy. Nice to meet you by Zoom. And I look forward to, I'm glad the chief said what he did, because when the chair said, will give us a chance to welcome Ms. Fontana, I went, well, God, it seems like your name's been around for a while. So I apologize for not having the chance to say hello in person yet, and I look forward to that, but welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Stivers?
Thank you. Again, welcome aboard, and we're delighted to have you here, and I look forward to the chance to meet you in person at some point here. So thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Mr. Dennington?
It's nice to meet you on Zoom. I also look forward to working with you. Welcome aboard.
Okay, so we have 3 members of our advisory committee here too. I don't know, Kathy, if you guys want to take a second and welcome Officer Fontana as well.
So welcome, Julia. I am very happy to see a female officer in Southborough. This is great. So good news to Southborough.
All right, Marcy?
Good evening, Officer Fontana. Nice to meet you. Welcome aboard, and I look forward to meeting you at some point in person.
Wonderful. And Mr. Pfaff?
Welcome, Julia. It's great to have you on the team.
Wonderful. All right, Julia, again, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to at least meet you via Zoom. I hope to come down to the station and, actually be able to meet you in person as well. So thank you for coming tonight, and we will cut you loose so you can enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So Chief, I'm going to turn this over to you. Like I said, the chief and I had a brief discussion on Friday, and I thought that the timing for this discussion was great, seeing as we were having some advisory members here already. So with that being said, Chief, I will turn it over to you.
So I know you received my correspondence. It was done on short notice. I know we use this term a lot, especially with advisory being here, of kicking the can down the road. Well, this is really something that kind of came to a head. I think since I've been here, I've kind of been concentrating on expanding the regular police force where it should be. It was always known that dispatch needed to expand. We've been very lucky. I think if you do the math, it just doesn't work trying to run a 7-day, 3 shifts, 365-day a year operation with 4 full-timers. And that's if we're fully staffed. So we've always been lucky enough to have a few part-timers waiting in the wings when a resignation happened or a long-term illness. That being said, we're running a bare minimum operation, and with all of the mandates, statutes, and training requirements, you have to be certified and fully trained to sit at that position alone. We're handling 911 calls. We're doing emergency medical dispatch. So long story short, we've been running shorthanded for many years. That came to a head recently. Like I think I already mentioned, we had a resignation. We have 3 part-timers on the books, all of them unavailable in their regular jobs and their regular life to, commit to filling in these full-time hours. And we really, have to sit down and look, what if we had somebody else leave or we had a COVID outbreak? How would we deal with this? So that's when I decided to make the request that we not only fill the open position right now, but that we hire a 5th full-timer, as soon as we possibly can, just to avoid any type of severe interruption in service.
Excuse me, sorry about that. That being said, so we'll open it up to the board. Kathy, we'll kind of flip-flop around on these next 3 items. We'll let the board, out of fairness, let the board go first on this. Then we'll kind of flip-flop around and have advisory go first as well. So we'll start with Ms. Malinowski. questions, comments?
Thank you. Thanks, Chief. So I'm not so familiar with how the rotating of shifts works on the dispatch side, but does this mean that there could sometimes be more than one dispatcher if we're adding another full-timer on at a time?
There would be a few days where if we were fully staffed and nobody took the day off, we would have a little bit of overlap.
Okay. Okay. And I did have a chance to follow up with the chief today to understand from a cost perspective what this means. And Chief, if you want to explain that or if you want me to, I'm happy to. But I think we
Right
should touch on
now, because we are shorthanded, we actually have about 10 open shifts a month that are not covered. So you're looking at 120 shifts a year that are just open by way of the schedule. So they're all on second shift. So we'd be looking to plug the fifth person into second shift and hopefully cover probably at least 2/3 of those. Of course, any new hire also has access to vacation time, comp time, sick time, personal days, holidays, but we'd be looking to eliminate those right away as much as we possibly could. So there will be some savings once we get a person hired, trained, and in the position. We would be looking at some reduction in salary and overtime for those 10 open positions.
So there'd be a reduction in your year-over-year operating costs
In overtime. So
in the
those would
overtime
go-
line. Okay.
those would go into full-time cost of the new hire, and we'd be eliminating some overtime cost in filling those open positions.
Okay. So do you have any room in your FY22 budget to cover what you're asking for us to approve tonight?
I do not.
Okay. And I did actually have my Q1 report earlier today to prep for that presentation. And it looks like the benefit budget as of right now doesn't really have a lot of wiggle room in it. And so we would have to factor any budget expense in there too. So, I mean, I understand the need. I just don't know that we have a funding mechanism for this right now. But if we did have a funding mechanism, I would be more comfortable doing it on a temporary basis because where we're in the middle of the fiscal year, I still think that this would need to be approved by town meeting. So those are my comments for now.
Thank you, Ms. Malinowski. Mr. Healy.
Yeah. Hey, Chief, how you doing?
I'm good.
Hey, Chief, I never like to bury the lead. So the lead is I'm not ready to approve this tonight. And now I'll delve into it a little bit with some questions and comments. Number one, let me just to get this clear. There were 4, someone left, and you want to hire to fill the 4th and create a new 5th position. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What I would like to see, Chief, and I see the text of your letter. What I would like to see is a breakdown of what the shifts look like now with presumably the 4, and what it would look like with the 5, as well as what you've been assuming you did not get the 5th. What steps you would or could take to fill in presumably some blanks that you've described in the current system with just 4. I'll leave it to you to come up with how to do that. Just sort of a block, almost looking like an NCAA tournament or something like that with what the slots and how they're filled. It would just give me a better idea of what we're looking at. So that's number one. Number two, and following up on Ms. Malinowski, I guess maybe a question for you, Mark. I mean, could we even do this? in other words, we just, and I mean, the timing is less than ideal, having just finished a special town meeting, which was geared towards addressing some mid-year items. And now, what is it, 2 days later, we're talking about another mid-year item. So Mark, could we even come up with the mechanisms to essentially, I guess we wouldn't have to create another position in the salary administration plan, or through the contract or otherwise, because the position title, description, et cetera, already exists. Am I right about that?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I would kind of follow along some of the lines that Ms. Malinowski laid out, that essentially you're going to be adding another position, which is going to show up as an existing position in the FY23 budget. But, you know, we didn't go into the FY22 budget with 5 positions.
Yeah.
So it's
okay.
going to show as an existing position for 23, when in fact, that's not exactly a straight line truth.
Okay. And the other thing that makes me very, very wary, but also kind of curious, is, you know, at 2 or 3 of our most recent meetings, we've talked about the possibility of regional dispatch. And it just seems, my preference would be to try to figure out a way to bridge our current needs until we find out, if nothing else, whether or not the concept of a regional dispatch makes any sense, and what sort of staffing would be needed on the Southborough side of things for that. So again, I didn't want to surprise you. I can't support this tonight. I'd like to see the breakdown that I asked for. I'm still uncertain about what a funding mechanism. It sounds like, I guess it would have to come from the reserve fund. And in terms of where the money would actually come from, I suppose, because we couldn't tap free cash, that would have to be done through town meeting, which again, just ended 2 days ago. I really think we need to look at this in the fabric of what we've talked about at some recent meetings, which is the possibility of regional dispatch and how that would impact it. And then the final thing is, Chief, this is just more generally. I mean, we went through a discussion, one budget session ago, and we talked, and you and I kidded a little bit about the public safety report, which again, it's I sort of recoil when I see that it's, you know, the date on it is 2000, because I was so involved with it when I think I was chair of advisory back then. And again, a year and a half ago, we talked about, my sense was, with the addition of the additional 2 officers, that we had addressed the police department's staffing needs, and that wasn't going to be an issue for us going forward, that we had filled the shifts. And I understand this is dispatch, not shifts, but I really think you got to give us a little bit more lead time in thinking about these sort of things. I mean, if there are personnel issues that are percolating, we need more than a couple of days' notice. I certainly do. So for those reasons, I want the answers that I talked about at the front, but I really would encourage you to think about giving us a lot more lead time than this. I mean, if it's you know, a pressing need, presumably it didn't happen last Tuesday. It's been a pressing need for a while. And again, we had a special town meeting. If this was something that could have been addressed from a financing standpoint, it would have been, I think, prudent for us to have at least had that possibility. So thanks, Chief. That's what I got.
I'd like to address that a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think if you go back to that, in fact, I just looked at it today. The 2000 public safety study recommends that the dispatch position be filled by 6 people, full-time, and then made with, fill in with some part-timers. I think there's been some changes in the profession and changes in the training requirements. If people leave, I just can't hire somebody and get them in there in a week or 2. As I put in my letter, it's taking 300 to 400 hours to get somebody into the position. And I'd be glad to meet with you in executive session but we're really teetering on an emergency situation if something comes out of the blue and I don't have people to fill those positions. I'd also stop wanting to look at this as a broader base. It's public safety, it's police and fire. And you can have the fire chief come in and speak. It takes a highly trained person to go in there. And the department has only been working with one person there. I looked at the staffing for surrounding towns. Northborough has 7 full-timers. Ashland has 8 full-timers. Hopkinton 8. Westboro 9. Which leaves them with cushion. If people leave, if people take time off, if people get sick, they can take from that excess pool of full-time employees and backfill. We are running bare minimum. And like I said, every department around, go on CGIS, every area department is looking for these people. It takes a special person to fill that position. And we are just really playing with a dangerous situation if we don't boost our manpower. And the full-time employees, like I said, they do their best to backfill all this overtime and the union contract to fill these shifts. But if we get more people leaving, we're going to be in an emergency situation. So I feel we have to move forward very shortly.
Lisa, just very quickly, Chief, I hear you. I mean, and you're talking to a board of selectmen that has been incredibly supportive, I think, of public safety. I didn't talk about that at all. We're supportive of public safety. I said 3 things. Number 1, I want to see what the staffing would look like with 4 or 5, what the approach would be to fill gaps. I don't have that right now. None of us have it. We have a letter with text. We don't have the sort of information that I can digest to see exactly where those needs are. Number 2, again, we've talked about regional dispatch and the question of filling a 5th slot when we might be at least considering going to a regional dispatch model, which might toss all of this into a jumble. And number 3, just Chief, I heard you say again that this is an emergency. If it's an emergency, you can't tell us on a Tuesday that we need to fill it the next Wednesday because of these burgeoning emergencies. I mean, that quite frankly, that's not fair to us. We're looking at the town's finances and looking at public safety, and I just need a little bit more notice than 6 days to say there's been this percolating emergency for a long, long while, and it needs to be addressed on November 3rd. I just don't think that's fair to us. And I hear you in terms of the need. If there's a need, I suspect we'll figure out a way to address it. But the way this has been going about it doesn't give me any comfort.
Oh, I certainly think that we can have more discussion about it, but the feeling that I'm getting from the last 10 minutes of it's kind of off the table for this fiscal year. And I think that we can't wait that long. But I'm certainly open to more discussion, schedules, looking at other things, but I'm just getting the feeling that we're talking that it's not gonna happen this fiscal year, but it needs to happen sooner than now. That's my professional opinion.
All right, Chief. Thank you. Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. Good evening, Chief. I'm not prepared, I guess, to say it's off the table for this fiscal year, but I've got a couple of other questions. How much money are we talking about here, Chief, if you did do what you wanted to do for fiscal 22 budget, including benefits, salary benefits, et cetera? What's ballpark number? What are we talking about?
I looked without taking into account any savings when the person gets hired and trained on backfilling those open shifts or other dispatches taking time off. A December 1st start date, just salary and benefits, not benefits, but just salary items in a union contract would be about $32,000.
And then benefits would add a third on that or something like that. So we're talking 40K or so. And then next year it would be basically double that if they continued. That's about a half year for that amount, that ballpark number, right?
I think that's about 7 months, so a little less.
Okay. I guess a data point I'd offer, in a long ago past life, I actually did a project for scheduling prison guards. It had to be 24/7. And it turns out you need 5 people full time to cover all the shifts for 24/7. So I would disagree a little bit with the public safety report from 2000. But so I think I certainly believe that it's the case that if we have fewer than 5 people full time, that we're not adequately covered for 24/7 staffing there. I also wonder if there are other ways that we could ease into this in terms of funding. I mean, ARPA funds, for example, are out there. I'd be willing to consider something like that to at least start the process. But, again, I hear you. I echo Mr. Healy's comments that I'm a little disappointed that we're hearing an urgent message now when we've had a variety of conversations sort of in the general area previously. So it would have been certainly much easier to deal with this with a longer ramp up. But again, I'm open to considering ways to either do it in a different way or pay for it differently, et cetera. I'm not prepared to say no tonight, but I'm also not excited about spending another 40 grand or so in the FY22 budget without having a good way to fund it. Thanks.
I would, in my professional experience, I realize in a whole town, there are constantly, or not constantly in a smaller town, but there are employees that are leaving for other jobs, coming in, gaps and filling it. So I know the budget is a moving target with an entire town on personnel. So I think maybe we could sit down and look at some other things, but also just aware that this is such a specialized position and the training requirements are, such at a high level that we just can't replace people, within a couple of weeks or even a month. It's a long process.
Yep, I understand. All right, thanks. That's it for me for now, Lisa.
Thank you, Sam. Mr. Dennington.
Most everyone has asked the questions that I had in mind. I would just suggest, Chief, that as you're kind of sharpening your pencil on this and putting together the data that Marty had suggested, one thing that I would be interested in is, you said that if you were to add the full-time person, there would be a reduction in the overtime budget. So specifically, how much? And yeah, I share the view that, since it's November 1st, we're about to head into the regular budget cycle. This is something that kind of you would typically consider as part of the annual budget cycle. And, I definitely followed the really intense focus on, beefing up the department's full-time staffing needs. I don't remember at this point whether it was last year or the year before where we added the 2 full-time officers. So, when I read this, I kind of thought, well, why wasn't this brought up, the last time, when I thought what we were hoping to do with that is to bring the department up to the full-time staffing level that it needed. And then, we wouldn't be looking at other requests like this. So again, like Sam said, I'm not ruling out finding a way to fund it this fiscal year, but I know you said you don't have a place for it in your current budget. I don't know, is there a way you can look a little bit further into that to see? Because I know that one thing I really appreciate from you in some of the last budget cycles is you said you've returned money to the department in a couple cycles. So that would suggest there might be a possibility that we could fund it within the current budget.
A lot of that goes to staffing. I constantly have, not constantly, but we seem to always have at least one employee leaving. And even to hire a police officer is a 1-year process. So you have that permanent services sitting in your budget. I will just say for the situation and not having previous planning, it is a process to get the town to agree to these new hires. So you kind of got to be careful what you ask for. Also, there's just been a turn in hiring that I've seen in the last year or two. It's getting qualified people to come into these public safety positions where it's a high stress environment. You're working weekends, you're working odd shifts, you're working holidays, and the pay, isn't up to par with certain other professions. So it's not as attractive. So everybody is looking for these types of people. and there's a real shortage on getting to fill those positions.
Okay.
Is that it, Andrew?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So a lot of my questions have been answered as well. I wondered, Chief, how long, so we had somebody leave and we're looking to fill that position. How long have you been backfilling the fourth position for? I'm just trying to, again, along the same path of Andrew, I'm trying to figure out what the reduction in overtime may be that may offset some of this. So I don't know if it's been a full quarter, Chief, or if it's only been the last month, or
Actually,
okay, go ahead, sorry.
You lose a permanent salary and whatever OPEB benefits there are, but whoever, because seeing as how it's only one person that sits in a position, every time you fill that position, it's that time and a half. So the overtime goes up. There's no replacement. Whoever sits in that position, it's a time and a half position. And like I said, in the past, we've been lucky enough to have part-timers step in. However, the part-timers we have now aren't looking for full-time work. We've even had, during this last few weeks, we've had to put a few officers that are still certified to work the positions. I haven't seen a grievance yet. Also, you rob Peter to pay Paul. Sometimes we're going to be taking officers to fill those positions, and then that runs into a shortage on patrol. And then we're forcing people in a different union to work those shifts. So those are the types of things that if we don't fill the position and we wind up short again, that we're looking at facing.
Okay, thank you. Kathy, I'll open it up to you in advisory.
Sorry, Lisa, could I just add one more thing?
Yeah.
And just to echo something that Marty brought up on the regionalization, I think this is just highlighting one of the benefits of going to regionalization, in that you're not kind of playing this full-time, part-time filling shifts, because you have a larger pool of dispatchers available, and you're not the one that's necessarily responsible directly to be recruiting and filling those positions on a day-to-day basis. So as we kind of go down that road, I think that's an important piece to remember, that there may not be that one-to-one cost, and comparison in terms of this, but I think it mitigates some of the risk that the chief's talking about. Thanks.
I'd like to make one more comment on that, and Chelsea and Mark are at the meeting. So as we move to explore regional dispatch, I think I did ask the question during our kickoff meeting. That's at least 2 years away, if not longer, if everything went well from being instituted. And I think when we discussed it a few weeks back at the Selectmen's meeting, I did make the remark that our current setup was going to have to be, greatly expanded moving forward, whether we go to regional or we don't. Just another funding source. We do have a grant that we use year to year that we use to pay salaries and training costs. It's about $50,000, and then some training costs added in. However, I work that into my operating budget from year to year. That's why there's no wiggle room. I budget for what I need. And, so we can use some of that, but I'd anticipate we'd run out towards the end of the year. So right up front, I could use that grant money not to affect the budget, but I couldn't guarantee what's going to happen in May and June. It might look great if we don't have people get sick or leave the department or take extended time off. So we might be able to work with that.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cook.
Hi, Chief. It was really nice to see your face in person the other night at town meeting after a year and a half. Okay, so I just want to make sure I've got some facts correct. So I actually have a question for Mr. Purple first. Mark, are there any other potential reserve fund request hanging out there that you are aware of tonight, other than what we know about, which is Board of Health and Chief Achilles' vote?
There's nothing, I mean, reserve fund transfers are unanticipated. So, I'm not aware of anything right now. And Like I said, Ms. Malinowski just finished meeting with the rest of the finance team in terms of looking at the Q1, and I had a brief conversation with her. I don't know of anything else at this point.
Okay, that's all I want to know is what you know. So we know of nothing else. Is it true that the cost of the dispatch resides solely in the police department budget?
Yes, it is.
Okay, even though it supports fire too. Have we asked Chief Achilles the same question we've asked Chief Paulus tonight, which is, has he looked at his budget year to date to see if there's any room in that budget that he didn't anticipate when the budget was passed that could be used for this also? And if not, let's at least do that too. So let's ask both gentlemen to go back and Chief, I know you do a great job with your budget, but can we look one more time and just really think through this and see if there's not room to absorb some of this?
I have another thought that just came through is I consider this important enough that I'd give up whatever Harvard funds were sitting there or other funds that are sitting there and kind of earmarked for public safety. I know the Harvard funds, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, they'll get replenished again, what we have left and maybe coming up in November. But this is a key part of the operation and it needs to be addressed.
And that's 25,000 split between the two. So I was going to suggest the same thing. And I suggest that someone pick up the phone and call Harvard and see if they won't increase that this year for this very reason. They've got a lot of stuff going on themselves right now. So I would think it's worth a call to them to let them know if we'd like to have a bigger contribution if possible. So I think that's a possibility. So Chief, what's different? I'm still not understanding what's different tonight. What do you know tonight that you didn't know when we had the regular town meeting in May as far as this? Because this is news to me that you needed a whole new position. I thought we were done as far as police when we got you up to the last round of hires. So I didn't realize you were still scrambling to try to keep dispatch working. So what's different tonight than what you knew 5 months ago, 6 months ago?
It's very tough to fill the positions. And on top of that, when they start coming with forced overtime, no access to time off, competing, every department is looking for trained individuals. So everybody's looking to take each other's trained individuals. So if you're not the highest paying or offer the most and best days off or perks, your people are probably going to look somewhere else. And
okay, so I get that. I know you've lost people because they've gone other places, more money, whatever. So I get that that's part of your problem. But if you go back to what Sam said a minute ago with the prison guard analogy, he says that when you're trying to staff something 24/7, you need 5 people. That's what he came up with. So it looks like you need 5 people to do this, and you've got 4 positions. So why did we not understand that in May, and yet we understand that tonight? Is all. And I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
No, we were having success with having part-timers fill in. That pool is dried up. I think if you look back at your consent agenda, I seem to constantly be submitting different names for approval of hire. It's a never-ending chain. And unfortunately, with all the mandates for the position, like I stated earlier, it's taking 300 to 400 hours to see if they even work out. Sometimes we're investing 300 hours and the person, we decide that they're just not going to work out at the position. So it's just a rotating chain of people.
Okay, now go back over what other towns have around us as far as number of full-time dispatchers.
Northborough runs 7. They have a 2-person dispatch on first and second shift at all times. Ashland, they separate their police and fire. So they have 4 full-time just for police, and then they also have 4 full-time just for fire, and then they fill in with part-time. But when they build their new building, they'll be combining all of that. So, I mean, they have 8 full-timers for police and fire. Hopkinton has 8 full-time, and then they fill in with part-time as well. And Westboro has 9 full-time. And both those departments, Hopkinton and Westboro, have a 2-person dispatch at all times. One of the advantages, besides the service and the multitasking during emergencies of having 2-person dispatch, is you can kind of bring that second trainee in and have them count towards the manpower while they train, where our operation, bare minimum, one person, they have to be fully certified and fully trained, and the training officers have to sign off on them to make sure that they can sit there solo and handle anything that comes their way on both the police side and the fire side.
Okay, let's again stay with the numbers as far as what we would need to do this if Board of Selectmen decide to support the fifth position. So 32K is the gross salary from December 1st through June 30th. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we've got benefits on top of that. So call that what, 1,000 a month or so, so maybe 7. I think somebody said 10, but I think it's probably, so let's call it 8. So that's 40 as far as what we need. If you can use the entire Harvard check for this year, and Chief Achilles agrees to do it too, that'd be 25 of it, which would make a lot of sense. And if you do that, you're only short 15. The reserve fund is just already in a little bit of dangerous ground. So I hate to start talking about reserve fund on this if we don't have to. So I would at least say that the first place to go, if the, and the 50, I want to talk about the 50K grant too. So take the Harvard money first, right? As far as this is what it's going to be used against. And then can you, I didn't know you had a 50K grant year after year. So you're telling us that when you put your budget together, you subtract 50K from what you think the cost of the run of the department is every year?
Correct.
Okay, I didn't know you did that. Okay, so you've already done that though, going into this year. So I don't see how you can say you can use that. You've already considered that when you put together the budget for fiscal year 22.
We are using a lot of that money to fill open shifts, the salaries, but we're also using a lot of it for training. So a lot of that would, oh, not a lot of it, you know, it's a moving number, would come back.
Okay.
But we use
Mark,
every dime of that every year.
Mark, am I right about the Harvard thing? It's 12.5 for each department, right?
It's roughly, I think it's about 12.5 roughly for each department. They do have they do a cost of living increase each year for the donation. So it does go up a little bit each year.
I
So
do
Lisa-
believe on the police side, we have a significant amount sitting there from this year that we're in right now as well. I don't know what the exact
do.
number is.
You do. You've got enough money between what was carried forward into this year, but you know, you tend to, I don't know what you've got it earmarked for. So you might want to look at that. Let's get the numbers, see what's left for that as far as what's unencumbered that you don't intend to use. Same thing for Chief Achilles, and see if that won't do it, because it really might do it as far as at least covering the cost without having to impact the reserve fund any further, which I think is dangerous in November that we've used over 100,000 of 190. Because, you know, we got a winter to get through. We got lots of other things that can go wrong too. So I'd much rather use the Harvard money as much as we can to fund this if the Board of Selectmen decide that this is the route to go.
I will say as well, we actually got very lucky. One of our dispatchers who previously worked for us and went to another town, they're going to come back to fill the present open position. I'll be submitting a request to hire that person coming up. So we're going to be very lucky in that regard. I don't know what their benefit status is, or if another hire, sometimes if they're under 26, that might affect the healthcare plan. So
Or
that's
they've
something.
they've got a spouse they can stay on.
Yeah, that's something that I'd have to look into, what their status is going to be for benefits. I know in the past, we've had hires who I believe stayed on another plan and haven't taken it. So that's kind of like a moving target as well.
So I see Carla in the audience, so I hope she's listening to this, and please Carla, raise your hand if this is wrong. So if we use the Harvard money, are we asking Carla, who really is the one that recommends how much local revenue to use when Paul sets the tax rate, which he's about to do, to raise it by whatever Harvard money we can bring in, so that then So I don't know how we get it over to the police department. I guess that's what I'm saying. For reserve fund, she'd actually do a transfer. I guess she could do a transfer with this too. So I'm not sure mechanically how we get the money to the police department. You know, the budget's set. People can exceed budgets. We do it all the time. So maybe we just let the police department go over budget, knowing that we've got the Harvard money that we're actually going to utilize.
If we have time, I'd also like you to hear Chief Achilles' view. So fire is a big part of this dispatch system, and more has been required of the dispatchers coming from EMD and the fire side. So I also think it would be important if we had time, if you could hear his views as well, and maybe what they'd be willing to contribute.
I agree. I think we're asking him to look at his budget too, to see if he's got something in there that is unexpected going the right way that he could contribute toward this. So, okay, that's
Kathy,
all I've got.
let's bring the chief over first, and see if he has anything to add. Vanessa, can we bring Chief Achilles over, please? Before we move on, Kathy, with the rest of the advisory, we'll see if there's anything he wants to add to the discussion that's taken place. Hi, Chief, welcome.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Welcome.
So I've been listening to the conversation, and of course, Chief Paulus and I have been discussing just operations of dispatch and the demands and stresses on that for some time. I can't speak specifically to the funding mechanism. I know that there are a lot of demands placed on dispatch that the best practice and the standards are to have 2 dispatchers on duty at all times. I know that may not be something we can do immediately. I've been working with dispatchers and realized that under the current circumstances, the part-time reserve capacity has not really been there, and the current dispatchers are continually having to be ordered in or called in. I don't think that's a good practice. We rely heavily on the dispatchers to get us out. So I'm in support. I know that we're looking at a regional dispatch, but I think that is, somewhere down the road, in that we need some ability to provide proper staffing and some relief in dispatch. I can't speak to specifically the timing. I know that Chief Paulus has been working really hard to maintain a stable staffing model, and that's becoming more challenging. As far as our budget, I can't speak to that tonight. I know we have some demands on our current budget that we're working through right now that I'd have to further evaluate our opportunities. So I'm willing to do that if that makes this process move forward. And I'll answer any questions.
Will you throw your Harvard money in this?
I guess I would have to kind of understand, is Harvard you can be used for salaries, and I know that it's not repetitive or sustainable or predictable. So I know we had earmarked it for a number of things. I think we could reprioritize some of those items. Again, I think it would only be fair for me to revisit our entire budget and our projections before I committed.
And I'll move on to Andrew, Pfaff, and Marcy. But Lisa, to me, the big question is, are you guys going to support, or the fire going to support a 5th position here? We're talking about adding a permanent position, as Chelsea was alluding to. And this will affect, if we do it now, then it's going to roll over in fiscal year 23. We're done. We've added a 5th person. So, here we go again, adding another person already to a year that I think we're going to have huge headwinds going into. So to me, I think we can fund this. I'm not worried. I actually think there's several ways we could fund this, including what we talked about tonight. So I don't think there's an issue with funding the $40,000 for the rest of the year, but we're adding another person. That's what this is doing, is add another person again, when we try so hard every year to avoid doing that, yet we can't seem to not do that. So I think that's your bigger issue as far as trying to get this done, but it certainly sounds like he needs it.
So Kathy, I think just based on the comments that came from the board already, I think the board just wants a little bit more information before they commit and make that decision.
Okay,
Is
so
that-
I'm done.
I think that's
Yep.
fair to
Yep.
say.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, go
So
ahead. You can call in your rest of your members.
AP.
Great. Thanks, Chief. So one question I had, so if we did hire this full-time person, we wouldn't need the part-time salaries anymore?
Or you would still need part-timers to fill in. We'd be remiss if we didn't keep them. I mean, they do work at a straight time, $22 an hour. What I'm saying is right now we are at such bare minimum. We can't afford even one person to leave to fill these positions. We have absolutely no cushion. And there's no requirement that the part-timers can fill in. Like I said, they work other jobs or not. That's why we want a fifth full-timer. They become part of the union. They can be ordered in. They're part of the schedule. You can depend on them. Just the model of relying on the part-timers, it's over with. Kind of like the model of relying on reserve police officers ended quite a while ago. It's the same thing. And I realize the budget situation, and I only ask when I absolutely need something. I think I have an 8-year track record of really, to the chagrin of many in my department, only asking for the bare minimum of what I need. But I think if you can see from the staffing levels at surrounding towns, we've really been ahead of the game by running a bare minimum operation, and it's really time to expand it.
Okay, I mean, so Chief, I would just suggest, so I took a look at your spend year to date, and at least on the part-time dispatcher side, I think you're trending a little bit low towards the year-end number. So I would just maybe work with Carla and Brian to check your forecast and see whether or not you can absorb anything in that budget, especially if we're going to reduce some of the part-time savings, then you might be able to fund it with those two pieces.
Yeah, I have to sit down more with the numbers. Like I said already, 10 shifts a month, if we can cover most of those, once we get the person trained, there's a significant savings, moving forward. But part of the chagrin on the full-timers being upset with this is they've had almost no access to time off, their union contractual time off. So that's my concern on retaining the employees that we have as well.
Yeah, so I think knowing that overtime savings too, I think that would go a long way as well.
Is that it, Andrew?
That's it.
Okay, great. Marcy?
Marcy, we can't hear you.
No. Still can't hear me. You can hear me now. I don't know what happened. All right, back to the headset. Hello, Chief. Nice to meet you. My questions are a little more broad in nature. I think others have asked this similar questions that I had on my list here, but one would be for advisory and folks like myself who are new. It would be really great to see an org chart of both the fire and the police department that includes all of your FTEs, as well as part-timers, as well as vacancies. The question I have is, is part-time, is that equivalent to per diem, or would those be two separate things? So if part-time doesn't have benefits, are they really per diem staff? Is that an accurate description?
They're under the SAP, but yeah, they set a salary rate, an hourly rate, and that's the only thing that the town's entitled to pay them.
Okay. So one question I would have would be, would we be able to hire a part-time position, truly part-time versus per diem, for a cost savings? And I'm not sure the answer to that, but it would be interesting to see on your org chart if that looked feasible. I'm not sure. So that was one question I had. And the other, I believe, has already been answered by Andrew Pfaff and his question to you. So thank you.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to open up to the board if anybody has any further comment or question before we move on. So obviously, Chief, thank you for coming and bringing this to us tonight. I don't know that it's a done deal. I think, once we get some questions answered and get more information, I think we can, make the best decision for the town. So thank you, Chief Achilles, as well, for taking part in the discussion. And it'll be on a future agenda. I can guarantee you that. I'm sure for advisory as well.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good night, Chief. All right. Next up on our agenda, Paul Sabelli, Principal Assessor. He's going to discuss timeline, process, trends of residential commercial value shift on the tax rate. If we can bring Mr. Sabelli over. And hi, Paul. Do you need Carla or Brian to come over as well?
No, I don't think so. Maybe Brian.
Okay. So are you going to share your screen, Paul, on what you put together, or?
Well, see, and I have absolutely no idea how to do that. Probably not. I think Vanessa has the.
Okay, well, we'll see if she has it. Okay.
I was going to run it.
Vanessa, is that you?
Yep, just a second, grabbing that file.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Paul, welcome. It's great to see you.
Thank
you
you
for spending your time with us tonight. Greatly appreciated. I appreciate the time you took to sit with Chelsea and I and help us a little better understand. And that's why I think this is so important tonight for the rest of the board to kind of hear the clarifications that we had from you.
Absolutely.
So that being said, Chelsea, did you want to add anything before we lead into Paul? Okay, I didn't think so. I just thought I'd ask.
Hang on, just having trouble with the file opening. It's very slow.
That's okay.
I'm just going to go back into my email and grab it from there.
Okay. So Paul, are we expecting, well, are we expecting to see you, I assume, on the 16th?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. It'll be 6:30 and we will, again, we're running a little later than typical because of town meeting and setting the tax rate. Typically, we are looking at a mid-October. We're usually one of the first towns to set a tax rate for quarterly communities. But again, pushed off because of town meeting.
Much appreciated. There we go. All right, Mr. Sabelli, the floor is yours.
Okay, we're just going to read real quick. So again, just to start, some key concepts going over assessments. Just a reminder, the FY22 assessments reflects the valuation of your property as of January 1, 2021. Assessments are based on calendar year 2020 sales and market conditions. So the craziness that's occurring in the 21 market is not reflected yet. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. New growth for real estate is calculated through June 30th and is included in annual assessments if it existed as of January 1st. Okay, next slide, Vanessa. Okay, this is a great visual. Lori did a great job putting this together, and it's really going to kind of walk you through what we're doing. Clearly, this is not the only thing we're working on, but it'll give you an idea what's kind of cooking. So in January, we start sales verifications conducted to determine which sales are arm's length transactions. Sales that are non-arm's length transactions will not be used in the statistical analysis. We kick them out. And obviously, these sales are what we base the valuation model on. Personal property returns are mailed to business owners requesting a list of taxable personal property as of January 1st. So they all have to report and update their records with us on that. The next one is income and expense surveys are mailed to owners in apartments, commercial, industrial, and mixed-use properties. This information is utilized in developing the income approach to value, which is the best indicator of value for the vast majority of these type of properties. Okay, so we get into February and March. Statistical analysis on residential properties are conducted. We are taking the 21 valuation model that was built utilizing the 19 sales and applying it against the 2020 sales to identify a plan on building out the FY22 valuation model. So we're basically identifying what we need to adjust, basically just a game plan to move forward. Okay, in March, we're beginning to receive back personal property returns, INEs, and 3 ABC forms. 3 ABCs are returned, reviewed, and they determine if a parcel is taxable, non-taxable status. So again, your St. Mark's, your Fay, your open land foundations. Personal property returns are sent to an outside contractor for analysis and valuation development. All personal property valuation is outsourced, which is common in most assessors' offices. Income and expense returns are reviewed, and analysis on rents, vacancy levels, and expense ratios are conducted. So again, we're just at this point, late March, we're looking at town meeting. We don't even have all the information yet to develop assessments. So it's really important to understand that. April, May, and June, developing the valuation model, conducting analysis on arm's length transactions as the model is being shaped. We are also spending a lot of time in the field working building permits, capturing physical changes to improvements, and calculating resulting new growth. In April, second notices are mailed to property owners that have not returned the INEs. All new construction is inspected the last week of June to determine the percent complete as of July 1st. July, August, proposed personal property values developed by contractor and returned to the assessors for review and approval. This includes utility company appraisals required by the Department of Revenue. Real estate valuation model is being finalized. Final LA3 sales report and LA15 statistical report is submitted to the DOR for approval in late August. Approval of these two forms by the Department of Revenue indicates our valuation model meets the necessary assessments and criteria. In September, upon approval of the LA3 and the LA15, real estate valuation review is conducted over the next several weeks of the month. It's usually the beginning of September. Sometimes we're lucky enough to start in the late August. Once the real estate and personal property values are finalized, they are uploaded into the recap through the DOR software called Gateway. We've also, at this time, beginning of September, the finance team is starting on the recap. With regards to the LA4, the LA3, once they're loaded up into the Department of Revenue's software, and again, they come from two different softwares of ours, but once we get it into Gateway, this is the first time we really look at the shift from residential, commercial, industrial, personal property. We're able to see the percentage of each. Again, September, the finance team completes a rough draft of the recap, which gives us an idea, the first indication of what the actual tax rate will be. At the annual town meeting in March, the projected tax rate and impact on the average single-family tax bill is calculated by utilizing the town's FY21 total value, because clearly we don't know the FY22 values, we haven't even started them, and any additional value generated from estimated new growth. The FY22 values are not developed when town meeting occurs, obviously. We do not even have all the necessary data, as I mentioned earlier. The significance of this is that when the residential values are significantly increasing and the commercial, industrial, personal property remain flat or decrease, it will shift additional tax burden on the residential properties, which is clearly the scenario that played out this year. The result is the FY22 tax rate and average single-family tax bill is noticeably higher than originally projected for town meeting. So let's go to the next slide. We'll look at some numbers. Always got to look at numbers. So what we have here in the top box is the split. And just to remind everybody, CIP is the commercial, industrial, personal property. We'll talk more about that in the classification hearing. Most of you have been through one, so you're familiar with the terminology. What we have there is just a comparison of each class, the FY21 and the FY22 percentages that went up. Look at the commercial and industrial, looks a little funky there. And really it's because of 325 Turnpike Road, that's Ken's, the warehouse. It's about a $31 million property, assessed property. We shifted it from class 3 to class 4. So it kind of skews the numbers. So what I did in the next box, just to make it look a little more reasonable, is put it back into the commercial, and it gives it a better picture of really what happened. So again, you can see that the residential went up 4.83, and you had a drop in the commercial and industrial slightly, and personal property. And then below you have the overall. If you combine the CIP, and there it is, 4.83, the residential is increasing, 0.60 decrease, which again is going to shift additional burden onto the residential. And let's get to the last slide. This here is just a comparison of the percentage. If you look at 18, 19, 20, 21, you can see that they're very slight changes. So it really doesn't affect the projected tax rate at town meeting. It's the FY22, you can see bumps up quite a bit. So, you know, as I explained to Lisa and Chelsea, really, it's really the residential market moving significantly. And obviously commercial, industrial, personal property is slightly losing value. So that's really the cause of the issue. Again, I want to remind you, the 20 sales have not been, the 21 sales have not, are not reflected in this. We're going to have a significant shift next year. Clearly the market is just absolutely crazy. So we're going to need to run some different scenarios for town meeting and make some assumptions moving forward, which we'll discuss and kind of figure out how we want to present it with some direction from the selectmen. But that's kind of where we are. Questions?
All right, Paul. Kathy, why don't we start with you guys first this time?
All right. Hi, Paul. As you know, you and I had several conversations about what my fear was as far as the shift in values on 1/1/21. Okay, so we know we've got a town meeting that's going to be 2 months earlier than what we had last year. We know that you can't possibly get the work done by March. In fact, you know, to have it be meaningful, we need it in February. And you know, and it's going to be such an important part of trying to decide what our budget's going to be. We're going to have to come up with some estimate using your wealth of experience to work with, so that hopefully we can try to come up with a budget that is going to make the year-over-year tax increase for a residential owner somewhere reasonable. I'm extremely worried because I think if you look at year-over-year increases in median house price in Southborough, it's like 19% increase. It's huge. So I don't know, Paul, how that affects what you do. I don't know how you translate that into 1/1/22 values, but it's got to be a lot. I talked to Bill DePietri the other day and said, "What do you think your stuff is done?" He goes, "It's down." You know, he's still got trouble with the retail piece of what he's got because the retailers have not recovered from COVID, and they are not paying the rent. So anyway, I do think I agree with you that I don't see how we can't see that it's going to be a much bigger split difference 1/1/22 than it was for 1/1/21. But we've got to try to do something to estimate that when we decide what we think the budget that advisory is supposed to present to town meeting is going to be. So this is not just board of selectmen, this is advisory too that needs to be part of this. So Paul, do you think that you will be able to come up with something that we can work with by February?
What we're going to do with the finance team is we'll get together and probably have some discussions with Lisa and Chelsea and see what they want for scenarios. We can run any scenario. And really all it is just deciding, when we look at the average single family home from last year, we're always using the prior years. It's just run scenarios. Hey, what if it bumps up 5%? What if it bumps up 10%? What is it going to do? And we can certainly run some scenarios, and really it would, it's important that we do that this year because it's obviously going to skew, skew any other analysis if we do not do that. So yeah, we definitely have had preliminary talks on that.
So Paul, it's advisory's job to present the budget to town meeting, not board of selectmen, not town finance committee. It's advisory's job. So please make sure that advisory is included in all those discussions, because it's really important to understand what we're working with before we really start trying to determine what we want the budgets to look like. This has got to come first, so we have a framework to work within. Okay, so I don't know what else to say other than we really do need to end up with some type of ballpark that we think is realistic as far as 1/1/22, so we don't end up with what happened this past year again, because I think it could be worse. And that's what I think Paul's saying. It could actually be much worse as far as the impact on the budget once it is determined as far as the split between the two classes. I will say this, I've done a sensitivity analysis to see what different movements will do. And it just doesn't, as he shows you, look how it looks like it's a small move, the 80.3 to the 81.13. I played around with it using different splits as far as 1/1/22, and it just doesn't take much to have a huge impact on the split between the two classes. So this really, I think, is going to be a huge issue as far as what we do this year on the budget for fiscal year 23.
Agree.
Okay, Marcy, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. I appreciate the presentation, Mr. Sabelli. Thank you. And I think, as Kathy has mentioned before in other meetings, we have a lot of work to do on the budget this year, but I appreciate this is a start and trying to understand where we're headed. I don't have additional questions than what's already been raised by Kathy.
Sure.
AP?
Thanks, Kathy. Paul, nice to see you.
See you, Andrew.
Yeah, so I think Kathy kind of alluded to all the kind of conversations and concerns we had. So I think, yeah, just coming up with a forecast and probably being conservative. But I think that, probably another 5% at least, if not 6 or 7 is probably what we're looking at. So I think if we can go into with a conservative.
We'll be running some scenarios higher than that, because I got a feeling it's going to be very significant. There's no doubt.
Yeah. So yeah, but I think, yeah, coming up with that kind of conservative increase number is going to be crucial to starting the budget process. So sooner rather than later. And I don't know if there's like a Massachusetts assessors forum that other towns are kind of doing the same thing, and if there is a consensus kind of what people think the market is, because especially out here the market's been hot everywhere, right? So not just in Southborough.
Hey, Andrew, I'll have a good idea anyways. What I'll do is run some preliminary analysis, and what we'll do is just run some real basic statistics on the first 10 months or 11 months when we start the budget, the budget process. So yeah, we'll have an idea.
Perfect. That's all I got.
Lisa, can I go one more time before you guys take over? So just to really scare everybody on this Zoom, and Paul, correct me if you disagree with this, I think you could start off with no budget increase, with a 10% increase in the taxes for a resident with no budget increase. We've also got a 6% COLA increase that we're going to look at some of the salaries as far as those that depend on COLA. Free cash looks good. So at least starting off with more free cash fiscal year 23 than 22, a little bit more. So that's going to help. We don't know where capital is. So I don't know that we've ever seen this kind of hole starting out with when we haven't even talked about increasing a budget by $1. And we just met with Chief Kelly, our chief policy wants another position. So on that pessimistic note, Board of Selectmen.
Great, thank you. Vanessa, would you mind stopping the screen share at this point? I just think, I don't know necessarily that we're going to go back to it, so thank you. And again, Paul, thank you. I know, Kathy, I think that the question on budget is something that's going to probably, rears its head every year, who sets the budget. So that's a discussion for another day. That being said, I don't have any questions at this point in time. I think Chelsea and I, had gotten a lot of information from Paul when we had sat down. So Marty, we're going to start with you, and Chelsea, I'll come back around to you.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to be pretty quick. Sobering is the word I thought of, Kathy, when I was listening to it. And Paul, I'm not going to kill the messenger. This is an instance where the timing of our town meeting might unfortunately be a bit of a detriment, because I think we're one of the early communities And I'm guessing that it would be helpful if, if we weren't, and there were other communities that went first. I mean, it kind of follows up on Andrew's question about the Assessors Association. Are there communities in the area that go before us? Because it strikes me that's going to be, obviously every town is different, but if there are some folks who go to town meeting before us and have to wrestle with this, if they have an idea of what their whether it's through running scenarios or otherwise, where do we stand? Do you know?
Mark might have a better idea. I'm not aware of any towns really that we were early in April.
Yeah.
Then we,
I
then
think-
we moved it to March. So what do you think, Mark?
I think Westboro goes the week before us.
Do they?
I think Westboro may be before us, but in the region, I think that's the only one that I'm aware of offhand that's earlier.
That's all the lead time you need, right, Kathy? A week?
Really?
All right. No,
And
Paul,
again,
thanks for the numbers.
We can run any scenario. I mean, Kathy, if you want, you want to look at certain scenarios or whatever, send them over to Brian and we'll see what we can put together going forward for the budget process. And it's, again, it's going to be a big estimate.
Well, I've set up a spreadsheet that does all this. I'll send it to you. You guys can play with it. But Marty, I think that we should consider, I mean, this is not the forum for this, but consider moving the town meeting back at some point. I mean, this is hard to do in March.
Well, that's, I guess that's a question of, we did one indoors and Mr. Haggerty showed us that he's got a magic wand that enables us to do that. But the time, this fiscal year 23, I didn't realize that the crazy price boom hadn't even hit yet and is going to be hitting, full force in this next year's numbers.
It started to hit, and then the full force is in the next year. So it started to hit.
Yeah. So, all right. But Paul, thanks for the info. As I said, I'm not going to kill the messenger. So.
Thank you, Marty. Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. And thanks, Paul, for the update. Again, clearly there's some real pressures here. I'm not sure, based on the assessor's timeline, that even if we move the town meeting to as late as possible at the end of June, that we would still have significantly better data to make a budget decision, given the overall process there, maybe somewhat better. So it seems to me that the best we can do, as people have suggested, is to be on top of this early in the year and continue to look at different scenarios and continue to revise assumptions as best we can to come up with the most credible model we can in advance of town meeting to make a good decision there, and expect that it may well not be perfect, but I don't think there's any ideal solution to this unless you do some sort of retroactive budgeting, which we're not likely to want to do here. So again, it's a matter of just keeping on top of it and communicating among all the parties here to make sure everybody's aware of how things are trending and what that means in terms of budget decisions as we approach town meeting. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Sam. Andrew.
Hi, Paul. I just have a quick question about your slide, the assessment development timeline. How do requests for abatements fit into the timeline? When do you get them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not part of the assessment development, but that's, if you see a lot of white under February, that's when we're running abatements. Remember, abatements are coming in, they're due by February 1st, unless, of course, the first is on a weekend, it'll be the 2nd or the 3rd. So they're coming in at the beginning of January, and we're working in January probably through mid-February. Andrew, we've been very fortunate. We've had very few abatements. And it's always good in the sense that I can start earlier on the model. We can switch more time and move quicker on statistical analysis. So we've been very fortunate with that. When you get a lot of abatements, it pushes this time table out a little bit. So it's kind of that was actually a great question, is the abatements, because the abatements definitely can push this whole timetable out.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Ms. Malinowski.
Thanks, Paul, and thanks to Lori for putting the slides together. I think this was helpful to answer a lot of the questions that we had 2 meetings ago or last meeting. I don't have any other questions. I think we now know that we need to build some assumptions into FY 23's model. So, hopefully we can get our estimates closer for annual town meeting. And then see what falls out about a year from now. So thanks, Paul.
Learn to say no at budget time because it's going to be a rough ride.
So I will just add that this was a really informative exercise. And I did appreciate, Paul, the time that you took. And Kathy, I think we have our work cut out for us, both BOS and advisory. And I think this year, particularly looking at what we're looking at, I think there's going to have to be a lot of open dialogue and collaboration as we move forward. I think we're probably going to end up on the same page on most things as we normally do, but I definitely think we have challenges going forward. So Kathy, I'll throw it back to you if advisory has anything further they'd like to add before we let Paul go.
So Paul, one more specific question. Where are you with the 504s and the industrial valuation you were so worried about?
In one sense, Kathy.
Well, remember, you basically increased the overlay by 100 grand because of those two.
Oh, you're talking about the two ATB cases.
Yep. So
Where are we with them? As far as the 504, that's probably going to hang out there for a while. I think it's which town wants to be the lead community in the lawsuit. Remember, those are local assessments. They're not derived by the Department of Revenue, like when we did the telecommunications. So it's really who's going to step up on that. The other one is a real estate case, and we've sent out discovery and all of that. Probably 1 more year. From what I'm understanding, it's difficult to get in front of the appellate tax board because of COVID. So, if we go that route, I just, nobody seems to be able to tell me a timetable of getting in front of them. That could be the problem. But we have an appraiser working on the case with us. So it's moving as fast as we can. Again, Kathy, can we get in the spring? I don't know. I just don't know.
So does that mean then for fiscal year 23, you'll still need 500K or so in your overlay, or is it too early to tell?
Too early to tell.
Okay.
Too early to tell. I think this year in putting the recap together, I think one of the things you got to understand, Kathy, is overlay is the number that balances the recap. So when I say 500 grand, I can guarantee you it won't be 500 grand. It'll be a little above, a little below. I think we're somewhere around 475 right now that we put in for this year's recap. So we're going to be somewhere in that area.
And before you go, one last administrative thing. So the next topic we're going to talk about in this group is possibly using ARPA funds for fiscal year 22, which means that Carly would have more local revenue to give to you before you actually finalize things. So I just want to make sure you know that.
Yeah, using it to offset the tax rate?
Yeah, because right now it's 4.92. Brian, correct me if you think I'm wrong. It's 4.92, I think, after town meeting. So if the board of selectmen, we now know, has the total authority to use the ARPA money or to decide how to use it. So if they were to use 440,000, for example, that takes it down to 3.92, which is a lot closer to the 3.19 we told town meeting. So anyway, I don't know what they're going to decide. It's solely under their jurisdiction, but that's our next topic.
I would advise against that, because all you're doing is kicking the increase and magnifying it next year. Using one-time monies. The Department of Revenue hates to see you do that. They want to see ongoing revenues matched with ongoing expenses, and to use one-time money. Again, all you're going to do is you're going to make 1 year look great. You already know we're going to have a difficult and a high increase next year. You're just going to magnify it next year.
I agree with you. I agree with that, except that they could use it
to do it this year.
They could use it again next year too.
Second thing is realize we're kind of pushing it here, getting it in November the 16th. Hopefully you're making a decision tonight because we're going to need to know very soon. We're getting late into setting a tax rate. We typically don't like going this late. We don't like going later than the beginning of November. So just whatever you do, just make sure we're ready to go in the next couple of days. And I guess that's a wrap, Lise.
That is a wrap. Thank you so much, Paul.
You guys
Much
have a great
appreciated.
night.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, next up on our agenda, outlook for fiscal year 22 and forward, potential use of ARPA funds. So if we could bring Jennifer over, Carla over, Brian over. So Kathy, did you get, I believe we'd sent over to you the calculation that Jennifer did.
We did.
Okay, okay, and you shared it with, so Andrew and
I know
Marcy have
Andrew
it as
saw
well?
it. Marcy, did you see it? I think
Okay.
Mark sent it to advisory. Yeah, so we all three
Okay.
saw it.
All right, perfect. Good evening, Jennifer. Welcome. It's nice to see you again. One of these days we'll like really officially meet. Great
Nice
to see you.
all. You too.
Carla, thank you for coming as well, and Brian. So one of the things we had asked for, and I know Andrew had taken a pretty amazing stab at coming up with this pretty technical calculation on how you get to the revenue loss. So Jennifer is our consultant, and we had asked for her to put together a calculation as well. I thought this was great, Jennifer, because you tied Andrews into it as well. So I think it was great.
Thank you.
So,
Thanks.
I will give you the floor to explain, you know, how you got here and any other updates you think that are important for us
Sure.
to have.
So I did do a little, I have a short PowerPoint prepared. It won't take me long to get through it. I know you have a lot on your agenda. But in the beginning, especially, I'll go pretty quickly because I think it's you know, items that the board and advisory are already familiar with, but I'll just give a little bit of background on ARPA in the beginning for folks, you know, that are watching from the public who may not be quite as familiar with it. And then we'll kind of dig into the meat of it. So I just have to try to share my screen. Hold on.
Can we make sure she has capability, Vanessa, to share?
May not let me.
I did make you a co-host, Jennifer. If you're
All right.
struggling, I can just make you host and see if that helps.
Yeah, it's not letting me. Sorry,
Okay,
Vanessa.
hang on one second.
So while we're waiting, I will talk a little bit because you mentioned it, that Mr. Pfaff did a fantastic job on the calculations. So, I mean, that's not an easy feat because it's not like there's a template that's been provided by the Department of Treasury. No, you know, other than having to really dig into the guidance and make those calculations, there's nothing really to go off of except for having to kind of figure it out for yourself. Never mind the fact that I'm jealous of your pivot tables. I don't think mine are as good as yours. And honestly, the only difference that we have, and we'll talk a little bit more about it when we get to it, is there's just some federal grants and some bonds and the way they were classified in the revenue. I don't think anyone would necessarily know that those should be excluded. But there were things that I just knew because I had managed those type of grants in the past. So say, for example, the bulletproof vest grant that you get. I just happened to remember that I had that in another community and it's federal funding, so it had to be removed. But someone just looking at the data would never know that. And those are really the only differences. So it's great that, you know, Mr. Pfaff did his and then I did mine, and we really did match up with the exception of those.
So you have ability to share your screen now?
Yes, here we are.
Thank you, Vanessa.
All good? Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so like I said, I'll go pretty quickly through this just because I think it's all stuff you've heard before. The American Rescue Plan, ARPA, was signed into law on March 11th, 2021. And that special act created the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, which is CLFRF. The federal government loves to use acronyms, so I figured I'll put those in case anyone's wondering what they are. It's intended to provide support to state, local, and tribal governments in responding to the impact of COVID and the efforts to contain COVID. Southborough, as you know, is eligible to receive just over $3 million in ARPA funds. So there are four main categories of allowed uses for ARPA. The first is to respond to the public health emergency or its negative impacts. That includes things like assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, and aid to those heavily impacted industries like tourism, travel, and hospitality. And in the slides that are coming up, I'll give a few examples of each of these. The second category is to respond to workers that are performing or performed essential work during the pandemic. And you can do that by providing premium pay to those eligible workers. The third is what I think we're going to talk about probably the most tonight, is the provision that you can calculate your reduction in revenue, which is assumed to be due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And you can use that reduction in revenue to fund some of your general government services. And the final category are necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. So there are two very specific non-allowable uses that are spelled out. And the first is depositing funds into a pension fund. And the second is you can't use it to offset a reduction in the net tax revenue of a state or territory resulting from a change in law, regulation, or administrative interpretation. Those are just the two very specific non-allowable uses. So some examples of that first category, public health and economic impact, and these are not exclusive, but I just pulled out some of the main categories here. Things that exactly what I think you would think would be in this category: vaccination efforts, monitoring for COVID-19, contact tracing, PPE, which is protective equipment like masks and gowns, support for vulnerable populations that need to access medical and public health services, and then prevention and mitigation in your public facilities and also in congregate and healthcare settings. So things like making sure you have proper social distancing, and a lot of the things that you did through CARES, a lot of that funding continues on through OPERA and it has the same eligibility. Payroll and benefits for public safety and public health staff. The difference here between how it was funded in CARES and how it's funded in ARPA is that you have to show that that staff is primarily dedicated to responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. And the way you have to show that is at least 50% of their time has to be dedicated to responding to COVID-19 related incidents, which is difficult to do. I think that's a tough one for at least all the municipalities that we're working with. But there's a caveat to that. There's another section that this can come into play. Improvements to public health, and then economic assistance to the populations that have a demonstrated economic hardship from the pandemic. That second category is premium pay for essential workers. Municipalities have the option to pay premium pay for employees that had regular in-person interactions or regular physical handling of items that were also handled by others. So the folks that were really still working throughout the pandemic in a hands-on capacity. Employees that teleworked would not be eligible. This particular section is really intended for workers that were needed to maintain that continuity of operations in what they call the critical infrastructure sectors like healthcare, public health, public safety, childcare, education, sanitation, transportation, and food services. And then there's a general caveat out there that you can, the chief executive can make some other determinations if you can show that it was something that really maintained that continuity of operations. There are some limitations in here on what you're allowed to pay, and that's all spelled out in the act. And I skipped over revenue for a second, just because we're going to speak a little more in detail about that. So the investments in infrastructure, which was that fourth category, that allows you to use use funding for water and sewer projects. The eligibility is aligned with the EPA's Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. Those both go through EPA and then through DEP here in Massachusetts, and they spell out what's eligible and what's not. You can include road work with those projects. So if you're ripping up a road to do water and sewer work, the roadway repair would be eligible for that as well. A lot of communities have asked about stormwater improvements. Those can also be included as long as they have a water quality benefit to them. And the final thing in this category are the broadband projects. Some of the requirements for the broadband projects is they have to meet or exceed certain download speeds. So you have to accomplish a certain download speed with the project. And they also want the projects to be focused on either unserved or underserved areas in your municipality. Excuse me. So that revenue loss category is municipalities can use the calculated general revenue loss to fund certain types of government services. The way they define general revenue is basically the majority of your revenue that you receive, but it excludes things like federal funding, those federal grants I was talking about earlier, any refunds or corrections, the proceeds that you get from the issuance of debt or sale of investments, and then income generated by utilities and insurance trusts. So for example, all of your water fees get taken out. So the revenue loss is calculated at 4 points in time. It's the end of every calendar year for 20, 21, 22, and 23. And the one that we just talked about was obviously for 20. We'll do another one shortly at the end of 21. So your initial estimated calculation, the reason I'm calling it estimated is because the guidance from some of the state and federal agencies tends to change. We've seen that with CARES and we've seen that with the FEMA guidance. So I just always write estimated in here just to be safe. But based on the formula and how it's spelled out now, you take your base revenue, your fiscal year 19 revenue. So that's the fiscal year, the full fiscal year prior to the pandemic, which was just over 57 million once you back out those exclusions that we talked about, your federal grants, your bond proceeds and things like that. Then you calculate what's called a counterfactual revenue, which is basically a formula that they have everyone using so that it's consistent. And it takes into account what the formula derives what the revenue theoretically would be if the pandemic had not impacted revenues. So there's a multiplier that in a formula that you use to come up with the counterfactual revenue. Then you take the actual revenue for the last full calendar year. Your last full calendar year ended in 20. And then you take the difference between the counterfactual revenue and the actual revenue, and that gets you what your estimated revenue loss was for calendar year 20. Again, we'll do this for the next 3 years. So the estimated revenue loss, when we looked at it, and I think you might all have the background that kind of gives you the actual numbers too, is about 6.3 million. So what can you use that for? Some of the examples of projects that are spelled out in the Act are maintenance or kind of pay-as-you-go funding of building or infrastructure improvements, including roads, modernization of your cybersecurity, including hardware, software, and protection of critical infrastructure, health services, environmental remediation, school or educational services, and as you just talked about earlier tonight, police, fire, and other public safety services. Those are some of the examples they give, but you do have some broad discretion here in this category in terms of general government services and what you can provide. So what are they do spell out specific ineligible uses for this general government services section, and that's expenses that are associated with indebtedness for borrowed money. You can't use it to pay off debt. You can't use it for judgments and settlement agreements and consent decrees and things of that nature. And you can't use it to put into your stabilization or financial reserves or your rainy day funds. So what are your next steps for Southborough? So we met back in September and we were very excited because we thought the Treasury Department was going to send us a whole bunch of stuff on what we could spend the money on and further guidance besides the interim final rule. And it's November and we still don't have it. But we're at a point now where I think enough guidance has come out that you can start to start your discussions and make some decisions on what projects you would like to fund. I mean, especially you're going into a budget cycle, so you need to be able to plan. And you're going into what I hear is a difficult budget cycle. So you want to be able to understand ARPA and what type of projects you could fund and make some decisions. So I think it's time for us to take that step and start looking at how you would like to approach ARPA. So as you know, the select board votes to decide on which projects will get funded through the ARPA funds. So we're working in about 10, it might be 11, I think, cities and towns right now, helping them with ARPA. And they're all using different models. Some folks already know exactly what projects they want to use it for. Some folks don't. Some communities want a lot of public input. Some don't. It really kind of runs the gamut. So I just spelled out the 3 types that we've kind of seen. The first is some communities are doing a lot of public outreach and surveys on their website to solicit project ideas from the public. We mostly are seeing this in the much larger municipalities. I haven't really seen this in the smaller and mid-range municipalities, but if it is something Southborough was looking to do, we could certainly help you with that. The more common one that we see are the next 2. So this model, the department heads and the town administrator formulate a potential list of projects, and then they present it to the select board for consideration. Not much different than your capital planning. You compile a project list, you talk about the different benefits of the projects, and then the select board make decisions on it. If that's something you're interested in, we can certainly help you with the project list, and we would look at whether or not the projects are likely eligible for ARPA before they even get presented. We've done that already in a few communities. Again, they already knew what projects they wanted to do, and they simply just wanted us to look at them and make sure that we felt they were eligible. And then the third one, and I think this is a little bit of what we talked about back in August and September, is whether or not you want to form a working group. That sole purpose is to discuss these potential projects and then present recommendations to the select board. If that's something you're interested in, we could help facilitate those working group sessions and also do that help with determining whether or not the project is eligible before even bringing it forward for consideration. So those are just three kind of models that you can decide on, or maybe there's another one we haven't thought of, but we'll help you in any way we can. And then finally, just some considerations for you to think of in terms of the project selections. So the questions I would ask are, are there specific projects that you as a select board already know that you'd like to fund through ARPA? And you may not, and that's fine, but if they are, that starts your list, right? Do you want to align your projects with what's in your capital budget plan? Do you want to use a matrix or a scoring system to evaluate and prioritize those projects? That's something we could help you with. I think we talked about that briefly before. Are you considering designated funds to any nonprofits, businesses, or residents impacted by the pandemic? Again, some municipalities are doing that, some are not. If that's something you're interested in, if you get to that point, we can certainly help you with the guidelines for those type of programs. And then the last piece is if you are considering using that revenue loss section, and this is not something that you don't already know, but I just feel I should say it, just a recommendation that you just need to be mindful that is, as Mr. Sabelli just mentioned at the end of his presentation, that is non-reoccurring revenue, that you just need to think about after year 1 or 2, if you use it, what are you going to do in 3 and 4? So, we always kind of give that caution to using that non-occurring revenue to fund operating expenses. So I know you all know that and you're very familiar with it, but just figured I would mention it since we're talking about that particular category. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. That was really great. Much appreciated. I think you touched on some of the things we had talked about when we last met with you. I think just to I know advisory wasn't part of that discussion, but when we initially had talked about ARPA and what our path was, one of the things we had talked about was a working group, and having representatives from and someone from the board. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we had talked about an advisory member, a board of selectmen member, and, I can't remember what the rest of the makeup was specifically, but we did have the conversations on a working group. And we wanted to make sure that the public also had some level of input on how these funds were spent. So again, Jennifer, thank you. I'll open it up to the Board of Selectmen first and kind of get thoughts and questions for Jennifer on what she presented tonight. So Mr. Stivers, we'll start with you.
Great, thank you. And thanks, Jennifer, for that overview. Very helpful. Just a couple of questions to make sure I understand sort of the ground rules here. One is that our allocation through this revenue channel is a little over $3 million, as you'd stated. My understanding, we actually have $1.5 million of that roughly in the bank now, and that we get the access to the additional $1.5 million in something like 9 months now. It was 12 months after the initial funds arrived. So that's the number we're talking about here, at least at this point. It's also my understanding that there's no more money coming through this particular allocation for us, other than possibly some of the state money that they are now just starting to release for a variety of purposes. But our amount is fixed now at the 3 million and change. And it's also my understanding that the revenue loss bucket here is by far the most flexible, and that we actually could probably spend the revenue loss bucket money for any of the other buckets there as well if we choose to. And the math that I see here says that the revenue loss calculation is important, but if that revenue loss number is any larger than $3 million, then it doesn't really matter whether it's $3,001 or $6 million or $100 million. All we need to do is get it in that right bucket to be able to spend it more flexibly. Is that accurate?
So everything that you just said is completely accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
Helpful to understand. I think that guides our project prioritization some, because if we didn't have anything in the revenue loss bucket, then we would be constrained in terms of projects to make sure they fit in one of the other categories appropriately. So I think that puts us in a very good position in terms of flexibility here. And again, to follow up on Lisa's comments, we did talk about a variety of models. I actually think that having a working group and with some public input, I've seen other towns actually doing surveys for residents to say, give us your suggestions for some of these things. It is a good idea generally. And ultimately, I guess it is pretty clear it's a Board of Selectmen decision with the select board. Keep using the wrong term here. We ought to have a kitty anytime anybody misspeaks. You throw $1 in the bucket and then we do something fun with it at the end. I'll be a big contributor, I'm sure. But anyway, I think that again, it's important to get this underway. I've actually heard from a number of departments that they've got interesting projects that they would like to start thinking about. And I think there are some near-term needs out there that make a lot of sense for this kind of funding. Contractual things, one-time stuff that again is largely pandemic driven in some circumstances for some departments. So again, great to get it going and maybe set some timelines to have an initial pass at near-term things within some relatively short term, and then have longer term things that we need to think about or analyze more, et cetera, and sort of roll things out in a phased approach seems to make some sense as well. And also looking around at other towns, I've been reading in various newspapers what other towns are doing. And for example, Worcester, I saw is spending money on parks, which was not something that actually popped out of my line of sight when I was looking at all the federal guidelines. And it may be totally illegal somehow, but at least they seem to think it's going to work. And I think again, staying conscious of what others are doing with these funds might generate some ideas for us that might not occur organically within our organization. So I think keeping our eyes and ears open for those kind of things is helpful. And I guess I would look to you to raise those kinds of issues, as you have a lot more range in terms of seeing what others are doing with these funds. So again, great opportunity, and I hope we can figure out a way to get moving very quickly on this. Thank you.
Thanks. So just a few things to hit a few things that you spoke about. First of all, I catch myself still saying Board of Selectmen as well. So I think I keep telling myself I've said it that way for 24 years, and I've been trying to retrain my brain, but every once in a while it just
that's $1 for you then.
But the survey, if that's something that the board decides you want, is fairly easy to do. We have examples of them, and we can get that up for you on your website if that's something that you're interested in.
Jennifer, excuse me, we actually do have a municipal technology committee that did a town-wide survey electronically not long ago. So they have a mechanism to actually do something like that very quickly and easily. Obviously, having suggestions for questions and structure for that would be very helpful, but we do have a mechanism in place that I think could probably be put in place fairly quickly.
Perfect. And again, we have a few examples in other communities, and we can, certainly use it. I'm sure the questions are going to be very similar. And you spoke to that a little bit, and it is interesting. thank you to Southborough. You were one of the first clients of mine to ask me to work with you on the opera. But since then, like I said, I think we have 10, maybe 11 as of today that we're working with. And the nice part about that is exactly what you just said. Sometimes I'll get a question from Pepperell and it applies to Southborough. I'll get a question from Dunstable and it applies to Townsend. So, and we do have a range. So I do have a lot of mid-range communities, but then we have some really big ones too. So we have the city of Lynn, which is huge. Their opera is like 75 million. So it's exposing us to more questions and more, we're getting that insight that you mentioned in terms of what other communities are doing. So that helps us with all the other communities because the questions are not unique. And it also just helps with ideas because, it is new for everyone. This is the first time for opera. So that you're absolutely right. That's been a big help for us. And the other thing that you mentioned was the parks. I was just reading about that today. That's interesting that you said that because there are 3 mechanisms in the act that allow you to do work in parks, kind of improvements to outdoor space. And they spell those out specifically in the FAQs. So it is an eligible expense. There's certain areas that you can do it in, but I was just reading about that today. So it's interesting that you mentioned it.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. And I will just add that the other member of the working group, and this is so bad that I left this out, was a capital committee member and I sit on capital. So shame on me for that. So Mr. Dennington.
I thank you, Jennifer, very much. That was very interesting. Could you also email a copy of the slide deck that you show? Because there's
sure.
Write it all down there. So first question I have, and I'm not as clear as I really should be about the relationship between the revenue loss calculation and the buckets, right? So just to kind of bottom line it, the type of projects that we're considering, do they still need to fit into those 3 categories of the public health, the other categories that you outlined?
So they don't. Mr. Savage, I think, mentioned this as well. And in this particular, that 4th bucket, that revenue loss calculation gives you more leeway. It really kind of encompasses anything that you would consider a general government service. And it's meant that way specifically because I think they recognize that cities and towns saw this drop in revenue and had to, cut services. So it's things that you normally would fund through your general revenue, you can fund through this other pocket of money. So it gives you more flexibility.
But you have to be very cautious because if you use it in 1 year, it's just not available for the next year, right?
That's absolutely right.
Okay. So big two questions. Get your thoughts on. In addition to ARPA, there's also Congress is debating this infrastructure bill, which is basically already been approved, which is just waiting on the other big spending bill. How should we be thinking about that? Should we be kind of holding off on thinking about using ARPA money on infrastructure projects because there might be this additional revenue source coming later? And then the second is, the real tension I have is whether to use this $3 million, really focus it on just 1 or 2 big things so that it has really a big impact. Or Sam, like you, I've started to see some, press releases of how other towns are doing it. And like I saw Acton's and, it was split up about like 10 different ways. So I came into this initially inclined really to not go to split it up into a bunch of different ways. Although this budget presentation we had earlier today was a little bit sobering, might make me change my opinion. Do you find other people are wrestling with the same question, and how do you find people are dealing with it?
Absolutely. So, it's different in every single town. So I think it depends on the needs of the town. So I think if I hadn't listened to your previous presentations, I would have been like, well, just use it on infrastructure, use it for parks, use it for the stuff that you've kind of always wanted to do. But, you are in a unique situation where you have some stressors there that you certainly want to keep in the back of your mind. But it's a tough call because you don't want to start funding things with that one-time revenue either. So it really depends on the town and the situation. So we have some communities that are electing to use it for infrastructure, and that's because they have an immediate need. So they don't want to wait for the infrastructure bill. For example, some communities have an issue with PFAS, which is a chemical that the EPA is now requiring testing for.
Is it in schools? No.
What's
In
that?
schools? Is it in schools that those?
Yeah, so the one that's happening as well, the ones that we have as clients right now, it's actually in the public water system. So there's some immediate improvements that they need to make. So opera kind of, just hits them right when they need it. They know it's an eligible expense because it's covered through the drinking water. It would have been covered through the EPA's drinking water standards anyway. So we're seeing that. And then we're seeing, like you said, some folks that really want to give pieces of the pie, so to speak, across the board. So it really becomes more of a policy decision. We've seen it always, but yes, absolutely. Everyone is wrestling with exactly what you just said.
And sorry if I can ask one last question, because Sam raised this point before. So we can just spend this money. It doesn't need town meeting approval.
That's right.
There's some considerations.
Select
It's
board.
probably going to make better quality decisions by getting some public input.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Andrew. Mrs. Malinowski.
Thank you, Jennifer. And thanks for coming. I don't really have any questions. I just have kind of my initial reaction to your presentation. I am very much in favor of doing a community survey and seeing what the residents want. I view this as the town's money and not the five of us. So I think I'm very uncomfortable making a decision on $3 million without having resident input. So I would be in favor of putting potentially getting some guidance from you on whether we should put a preliminary list from what we've gotten from department heads and from other boards and committees in town, putting that out, or doing kind of a blanket, check the box on, whether you want it to decrease taxes for 1 year, knowing the impact that it could have in future, some guidance along how you would put that together. But I would definitely be in favor of getting feedback before making a decision.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Malinowski. Mr. Haley.
Hi, Jennifer, thanks very much. It was very helpful and well compressed. Here is, it was sort of interesting when you put up the three models, because as I was looking at them, I went, well, that's one, you can make that one model.
Yeah, that's true.
And it strikes me that the sort of dancing on the head of a pin that I'm trying to do in my mind is that, and I'm thinking out loud now, my initial reaction, and it is combined with what we heard in our discussion earlier with the assessor, is that what makes the most sense here, without breaking down what the percentages might be, and those might depend on what projects you identify, is to target, I'm going to say like 2/3 of the money for projects that, for instance, our capital planning group had already been thinking about, or that we had already been thinking about. Because the benefit of that is that that's something that we were at least conceptually thinking about fitting into our existing tax rate, tax structure. And so putting a large percentage of the money towards that would blunt what we were talking about earlier and allow us to do some things that we were talking about. And then with the idea, and Andrew, this, I think you've swayed me a little bit on this, using an additional chunk of the money, let's say maybe 1/3 of it, for something that wasn't on our front burner, but that if we knew we had an additional $1 million or some other amount, might make its way to our front burner. So that basically accomplish two things. Number one, again, blunt what we know is coming, which is a brutal year or two at least of increasing residential tax rates, but not simply directing the money in that direction, and widening our blinders, if you will, so that we can focus on a project. And again, we're not Lynn, we're not Worcester. The amount of money that went to, understandably, I mean, they're much lower income communities than South Grove. I get it. Excuse me. But the amount of money that's allocated to a place like South Grove, I just don't think is going to give us the flexibility to think about some of the things that Lynn and Worcester and some of the larger and particularly lower income communities are thinking about. So anyway, that's my thinking out loud. That's currently where my head is. In terms, Lisa, of the group, I mean, it was sort of inchoate about what we were talking about last time. It strikes me thinking about it, particularly since in my view, a big part of it really needs to be capital projects that were already being thought about. We already knew were going to be in the offing for the town, because those are important. We were thinking about them. It just strikes me that there needs to be a pretty big, and maybe that just means two, as opposed to one component from our capital planning group. So, I mean, I guess off the top of my head, I would think, yeah, Board of Selectmen, advisory, at least a couple of folks from capital planning. And then I think rather than go to some other committees in town, I think I would bring on some folks who, and this would accomplish in some respects the survey aspect of it, bring on some folks who are not currently involved in a town committee or something like that. And because, they haven't had the time. I mean, I'll tell you, there were a few people who haven't been in town committees who I was incredibly impressed with at our recent special town meeting. And, maybe having gotten a taste of involvement a little more deeply than they've had in the past, they might be willing to step forward and get involved in something like that. And honestly, Chelsea, I hear you on the survey. I'd leave it up to the group. And if they thought that was a useful way or just an idea box or something like that, however they wanted to do it, I'd leave the decision about how to do that to that group. Anyway, I thought out loud for a while, but that's kind of where my head is at right now. And again, where it's at, Jennifer, was incredibly well informed by your presentation, and Andrew, also thank you to you.
Great. So thank you, Marty. So I'm along the same path that a lot of you are. I thought about the survey, Marty. I actually thought about having a couple citizens at large, step into this group as well. And surveys are great, but you may not always get the reach that you may get as well. I was hoping maybe the group could do at least a forum, allow people to come in and really participate, in a discussion. I mean, with Zoom, we have like unbelievable capability to be able to do that. So I think it's a combination of things. I would hope that, and Kathy, I'll turn it over to you. I know advisory has some specific goals as well, but I would hope that we could at least walk away with tonight deciding what the makeup of this committee is going to be, so we can put something together and we can get this going sooner rather than later. And I should maybe know the answer to this, but Mr. Purple, let me ask you this. And I should have actually asked Mr. Sabelli when he was here, but I'm assuming you, Ms. McCullough, or even Mr. Ballantyne know the answer to this. So we know that Paul's setting the tax rate, and the window is short here. What would be the ramifications if, and again, I'm thinking out loud, if Paul sets the tax rate and then the working group comes back a month from now or 2 months from now and gives a recommendation to put monies in to potentially lower the tax rate? Is Kathy shaking her head no? So there's the answer to my question, I guess. Okay. Wishful thinking on my part, I guess, but okay. So
Too late at that point.
Okay. So that being said, you know what, Kathy? So I think the board has kind of put their thoughts out there. Let's hear obviously what advisory thinks as well. And then, we'll just come back around again. So go ahead, Kathy.
So Jennifer, it is a real pleasure to meet you. Great work. We do want to see it, but yeah, we do want the copy of everything you did because it's so good. Sure. But going back to, why do we need to do another computation beyond this one? Why do we have to do the next 4 when we know we have justified spending the entire $3 million with the comparison of 19 to 20?
So you likely won't have to do it. I mean, the reason that it's in there is that it's cumulative. So folks that are not making that threshold have to do it. But you're right. You know your revenue loss is already 6 million, and you're only getting 3. So, but that's the reason for it. So if some folks are not going to be in that situation and they get to add it on, it's cumulative.
Okay, so that's great. So now, can you just real quickly tell me what your town government background is? And I'm asking for a reason.
Sure. So just until recently, until June, I think it was June, I was the town manager in Plainville, which is a community not too far from you, similar size, about 9,000 residents. And I was there for 6 years. Prior to that, I was the assistant town manager in what was the town of Framingham. It's now the city of Framingham. And in total, I think I was in Framingham a total of 16 years. And in the midst of my tenure in Framingham, I left for 3 years and I was the chief financial officer at the sheriff's office in Barnstable. So my experience is primarily on the town management side, but I've always had a role in finance. So heavy on finance, heavy on administration, heavy on procurement, and a lot of experience with emergency management and grants, which is how I kind of ended up in this opera world. Oh, and I should mention, so in Framingham, I don't know if you remember the ARA funding. Maybe, how long has that been? 10 years, maybe longer, 12 years. So opera was ARA. See, I told you they love acronyms. So ARA funding, that stimulus funding, was a little bit similar in that communities receive these large payments. So in Framingham, we received 250 million, and there was no one to manage that money. It's not like there was just additional staff to manage 250 million. So they dedicated staff just purely for that, which is a job that I was lucky to have because it was just a really interesting and great project to work on. But it has some similarities to OPER in that you're kind of managing this structure and these different set of guidelines coming down from the federal government. So
that's great. I just want to make sure you had your
Yeah.
hands in a lot. So this is one.
Yeah.
So by the way, I just finished Obama's book and he got into ARA so big. So that's why I remember, because he has memories to all he did. But anyway, I digress. Okay, so you heard what Mr. Sabelli said, which was the warning against using one-time revenue to basically plug our budget hole. So what happened to us is we went to town meeting in May, and based on using the normal estimates we do as far as average house price increases and what the tax is, we just assumed that the split between the two were the same as previous year, right? So we compute the tax rate and and tell the town meeting what we think their average increase in taxes is going to be on an average house, right? So we told them that. We said 3.19%. Then when the assessor's department finished their work recently, I think we actually got the email on October 15th, it changed. It went to 5.46%. So added a whole lot because of the divergence in the two classes of property. So I personally feel really bad about what we've done with the town. So that's why this discussion of possibly using some of the ARPA money right now to increase our local revenue that can then be used in the assessor's computation that looks like he's going to close out in the next 48 hours, to me makes at least sense to talk about. But I hear you as far as the impact. We've got a lot of one-time things we have to always be careful about, right? Free cash bouncing up and down, capital bouncing up and down. So we know all that. So we get that. So I hear, because you put this in your presentation too, and that's why I wanted to know what your background was, that you put that in there. So I hear you, but okay, if this were you, if you were the town manager of Southborough or head of board selectmen, would you still say what you said in that slide as far as not doing that, knowing that we have basically told people it's 3% and it looks like it's going to be 5% in a year of COVID where people lost jobs, relied on unemployment, had very small increases as far as raises go?
So my caution in there was not to not use it, but was just to be cognizant is if you are going to use it, then you need to have a plan of how you're going to fund it in subsequent years.
Yeah, I agree.
It was just that notation that, just be aware that this is a 1 or 2 year revenue generator, but it is going to go away. I think the premise that people think is, well, then the revenue is going to come back, but that's not necessarily true. I mean, the multiplier that they're using on this revenue is you're not going to experience that. And you have everything else going up at the same time. You mentioned your cost of living increases and and things that are coming down the pike. So that's a tough question. I mean, I don't know your entire financial picture, so I'm not sure what I would do in Southborough. I am always hesitant to use one-time revenue. I do have a question. Is the reason that it went up so much more is the issue, and I might have missed this in the presentation because I stepped away for a minute, is the issue that there's less being taken on by the commercial because where office buildings vacant and stuff?
I don't know the details as far as what people submitted, but the commercial valuation went down in total and the residential piece went up by almost 5%. So there was a swing both ways. So I don't know what people submitted as far as their income statement to get their value capped. So I don't know what all went into whether it was vacancies. I do know retailers suffered terribly.
So the reason I asked that is because I suspect that part of that is because of the pandemic, right? So you have more folks that, used to work in office buildings that are now working from home and may continue to work from home. So I think you're seeing more vacancies probably in your office buildings. I'm not familiar with your complete commercial base, but I know enough about Southborough that you certainly have some significant spaces there. And like you said, retail, I mean, all of that has taken a hit because of the pandemic. So you certainly could draw a correlation between, what you thought was going to happen and what happened. I'm sure some of it has to be attributable to the pandemic. So,
and see, what we don't know is 1/1/22, we think it's going to be even worse, right? That's Mr. Sabelli agreed with that. And then does it flatten out? Does it stop? Does everything then stay at that split? Or does it continue to split apart? Does the commercial continue to go down because people just don't go back to the office, whatever? So anyway, we don't know. Okay, so that's my first question. The second one is, can we not backdoor increasing stabilization by doing the following? If Board of Selectmen voted to move more money over to local revenue, much more than what we needed to push his tax rate back, and we didn't, Possibility didn't underwrite that with his tax rate computation. So we ended up with a bunch of free cash for fiscal year 23. And then we appropriated that extra free cash to stabilization. Isn't that a backdoor way to legitimately get it into stabilization, which is something we're thinking about maybe looking at again? We have a very small stabilization fund. It used to be large. We brought it down about 10 years ago. So it's only $600,000. But there are people on this Zoom that do think we should rethink that to try to stabilize certain things like capital, like free cash, et cetera. So isn't there a backdoor way of doing what I said by bringing it over, offsetting budgets so that you end up with a bunch of more free cash than we usually have?
So there's certainly some flexibility. We just did this in Plainville. So we had absolutely no reserve when I got there. So we adopted a policy to try to at least get 5% of our operating budget, and they're there now because they just got the best free cash they've ever gotten. So that was great to hear. And it was specifically for that. And it was done by the way that the revenue was estimated. You certainly include some extra money in there so that you're closing out to free cash. But
we already do that. We already do that. So I've got it in front of us. So we use like 3.7 of local revenue. It's really 5 million. So we already do that. That's where our free cash comes from. Okay, so I just want to make sure that you agree that we actually could end up with stabilization backdoor, not do it directly, but we could do it backdoor.
The only thing, and Carl and Brian may want to weigh in, but I think you just have to be cognizant of, any real significant changes to your local receipts. The Department of Revenue is going to ask for justification, and we'll probably ask a lot of questions.
Okay. All right, that's it. Marcy?
So thank you, Jennifer. Your presentation was really great, and your expertise, I think, are going to help us along the way. I appreciated learning all about the different buckets that things will fall into. And I think that, we have a lot of work to do, but it sounds like we're heading on the right path. I fully agreed with some of the Board of Selectmen comments of involving the public or having kind of members at large. I would just like to say up front, we appreciate your help and look forward to how we're going to decide to use the money.
Thanks.
Andrew?
Hey, Jennifer, thanks so much for everything, and thanks for the kind words.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
So I think, obviously I've dug into it a little bit. So I think that the key that people need to understand for the their revenue loss, the kind of buckets that Jennifer was, we get broad latitude in the Treasury guidance, and those are not limited to those descriptions. So it really should cover any general services. So if you think about the operating budget, pretty much anything in there within reason, pretty much should be covered. It's really just not putting it into those buckets that are out of limits. And then also the reporting to the Treasury, and Jennifer, you might know better than me, but it's pretty limited in terms of when you do the revenue loss. It's more of a narrative than it is, having to do anything too crazy. So that's definitely a good thing. So I think definitely having this, saying that it's 6 million, and even being conservative because they might change something, I think we're pretty well covered that 3 million is able to be used for that revenue loss, operation. So I think we're well covered there. The only one, Lisa, for the committee makeup, I might suggest maybe an EDC member, since obviously we could see that the commercial areas have been much more impacted than the residential. So I think having some business representation there might be a good aspect. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Andrew. So I'm gonna come back around to the board. I know, Kathy, you're hoping the board will give some more consideration to applying some of the ARPA money that we have to lower, well, to cover some of the 2% that the tax rate went up that we didn't necessarily anticipate happening. So
But I don't know if it's the right answer, Lisa. I'm not.
I don't either.
I'm just telling you the number. So I just want to, the 440 would get it down to 3.92. So there's your number. If you wanted to consider it, as far as a number that starts with a 3 instead of a 4. But so I don't know if it's the right answer either. I mean, I don't know. And, back to Chelsea, you guys have got to decide this tonight. You don't have any more time. There's not going to be a committee to decide this piece of it. It's the 5 of you. And that's got to probably be done tonight, one way or the other. So I don't think it's a slam dunk either way. I think there's pros and cons. We haven't heard from Brian or Carla either, as far as that goes. So
yeah.
Anyway.
One other thing I would add is, I think as we move forward in this process is, I know we've put the word out and we've asked from boards and committees and department heads kind of what the wish list is. I think before the committee sits, I think we should put one more word out there to make sure that we've reached everybody, so that when the committee does sit, they have accurate information and everybody felt like they were a part of the decision. So, or at least had input into some of the items that they thought were important to have. So I'll tell you, Kathy, I don't know what the answer to this is. And I'm a little leery of, well, I understand it could lower the tax rate. I worry that, as Chelsea said, we're making a decision for the town on one-time money that's never going to come back again. And I worry the 5 of us sitting here without any input from the public and as to what they truly want. So that's definitely one of my concerns. So we'll just flip around through the board again, just to kind of, based on the feedback, if anyone has anything further to add. So Andrew, we'll start with you.
Sure. Well, first, I mean, to Kathy's point, I also, about the point, if you wanted, we would need to make a decision right now to spend $440,000 of this $3 million right now. And I'm not prepared to do something like that right now. But, Marty, the point you made about that we can use this to blunt the impact. This is really to blunt by using, like, on your rough 2/3, 1/3, to take an existing capital project that was already on the capital plan and fund it through ARPA. We're really doing that. We're blunting the impact of like a FY23 or FY24, which is still something healthy, because I don't think this, problem with the residential valuations and the commercial valuations is going to be solved really anytime soon. That's like the hardest problems the town faces, is that all of this empty office space and retail going down. So you still could do this by using the ARPA money on some capital projects that are already kind of in the pipeline. You can still, that still has a beneficial effect on dampering residential tax increases.
Yeah, but Andrew, it's a one-time thing too, Jennifer. I mean, same thing. It may be next year, but it's still going to be.
It would be
And then the capital bumps back up the following year, so you're in the same hole. So you got to be careful doing that too. It's one
Okay, but
thing.
aren't some of these capital projects, funded through bonds and pay interest on the bonds over time?
Well, okay, they're over time, but we spend about $1 million on capital, right? So if you were to say, okay, we'll just offset that, then the next year it bumps back up to the million. So you just got to be careful when you talk about these one-year swings. I hope I'm singing to Brian's ears here. So same impact of doing that. So be careful.
And Lisa, to your point of view, you're thinking one of the objectives of tonight is to at least get I don't know if you really want to vote on the exact, how many people would be on the committee, who would be on the committee, but going back to something I said in my first meeting as a select board member is, the master plan committee has also been thinking about these things for a while. I know Sam is a representative on that. And, I had in mind months ago that if the master plan committee is going to come forward with the master plan soon, we could identify one or two things that through their process, they really identified as a priority. And that's another thing that we can consider as like, for example, another thing, sidewalks, right? We have a whole sidewalk improvement plan. You may think of that as just kind of too bread and butter, but it's something that residents always bring up as we want to have, certainly in the area of town I live in, I constantly see people walking around in roads that are very busy. These are things that would be a very big permanent improvement in the town. And I think fit within the criteria that we're talking about. So again, I'm just continuing to kind of talk out loud.
Yep. And Andrew, I think that's important too. And I think that's what the committee that's going to come forward is going to have to evaluate all of these things. And, and again, public input, I think is one of the most key things in all of this. I mean, ultimately, it's great that it's one-time money, but it's one-time money that the taxpayers are ultimately paying as well. So, I think it's very important that they have a seat at the table in the decision that we make on this.
But also we should think about the charge of the committee, like the noise bylaw committee, not really analogous, but their objective is to get something ready for the town meeting here. I think similarly, this is a group that would need to identify, this would need to happen in like 3 months, right? In order to, because we want to know this before the warrant is printed. It's got to happen pretty quickly.
I think technically, Jennifer, you have a few years, 3 or 4 years to spend it, right?
You do. So, I mean, I think your timeline may be impacted by, like you said, what you need to present to this town meeting that's coming up. So if there's anything emergent, but you're right, you have several years to spend the actual money.
Okay.
All right, Andrew, is that it? Okay. Chelsea?
I think looking at the long-term capital plan and seeing where we have kind of ups and downs and seeing if we can try to stabilize that may help with, using one-time monies for this and seeing if we can really put a coherent plan together so that we don't just put a Band-Aid on capital moving forward. So I'm kind of in Marty's, I agree with a lot of what Marty said. But I would want to look at, the 5 to 8 year outlook for that.
Mr. Healy.
I haven't changed my mind on what I said earlier. I'm encouraged that Chelsea agrees with me. That makes me feel really good, or at least agrees with some of what I said. I guess I'm ready to suggest a composition of a 7-person committee, and obviously, but I think Andrew's idea and Kathy Cook. It is confusing having 2 Andrews. Could one of you decide to be Andy or something? This is crazy.
APAD, that's what you do.
Yeah, I know. But I think the idea of EDC is a good one. I know they're very immersed in looking at Route 9 issues, and obviously we're very involved and very helpful with the downtown. I would go Mr. Purple ex officio, Board of Selectmen, Advisory, 2 capital, EDC, 2 at large. That'd be my recommendation for 7.
All right, thoughts on that, Mr. Stivers?
Thanks. Yeah, two points, I guess. One is committee makeup. Second is spending the money. I guess I would not, I'd be in favor of taking some of this money to offset the tax rate rise. I think there's an optics issue relative to winding up at 5+%. So I don't know what the exact number is, but I'd certainly be in favor of taking 200,000, 300,000, whatever it takes to get down to the mid to high 4% at least. And that's not as good as being in the low 3%, but it seems to me being under 5 is worth something here. And I agree with Lisa's point that we need to consider what the town wants with this kind of stuff. On the other hand, part of the reason they elect us is to make decisions like this. So I think this is something that, again, seems to me to be worthwhile expenditure of some of that money at least, and near-term offset that's not going to repeat, combined with the capital kinds of things that we've been talking about that has a longer term dampening effect, I think is not a bad combination here. So, and relative to the committee, I think the critical thing is to actually get moving on it quickly. I don't have strong feelings about the composition other than it be widely representative. And I think Marty's proposal is a fine one. So I'd support that as well. So that's it for me. Thanks.
All right, Sam, thank you. Andrew?
You're looking for to me for my thoughts on the composition here, or, I think maybe there should be some more select board representation on there. If you have a 7-member committee and there's just one person in the select board, and then only one of the 5 of us is on there and comes back, and ultimately the decision is on us how to spend this money, right? So I think it makes sense to have some more involvement from the select board.
Chelsea, thoughts on that?
I'm neutral on that. I don't really have, I don't.
Okay, Marty?
Yeah,
And
I'm
then
not
Mr. Purple.
neutral. I think if there's 2 select persons, what do you call them? Select borders, like snowboarders? I mean, it's just, anyway, if there's 2 from this board, I think the flip side is more problematic, and that is that it's dominated by the selectmen's output. I mean, Andrew, you're absolutely right. We're the ultimate deciders. Presumably, there's going to be a range of potential opportunities or possibilities, and we will be deciding among them. It's not like we're going to get, okay, this is what we want you to do, and we rubber stamp it. So I think I would not dominate it by having a second member of this board. I am never going to say board preceded by select if I can help it.
Yeah, Marty, I agree with you. I kind of go back to where we were at on capital when we were setting the makeup of that committee as well. I think for me, I mean, I think it's important to have advisory. I think it's important to have the board of selectmen. I think obviously capital, because capital is going to play a big part of this. Again, the most important thing for me is the 2 citizens at large. And I think the value that that's going to bring. So I'm okay with the makeup as Marty presented.
If I turn that into a motion, that we put together a charge, but charge for a committee composed of 1 member of the Board of Selectmen, 1 member of advisory, 2 members of capital planning, 1 member of EDC, and 2 at-large members of the community who are not currently members of any other board or committee in town.
Yeah.
Second.
So can I just add something? So, yeah. What about having no select board members? And having another at large. That way, when it comes to us, there's
no
kind of, yeah.
Actually, I can live with that.
But you're kind of recommending to yourself by doing that. But
Yeah.
whatever.
I would me personally, I would rather have that, add another at large, have them vet it, and then the 5 of us really be like come into it all at the same level.
Sold here.
Yeah.
I'll amend my
All right.
motion.
I'll second the amended motion.
All right, let's decide on this piece. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Ms. Braccio, aye. So Jennifer, let me just ask you as we think towards a charge on your slide where you had what we could combine to do. Can you just read that the wording that you had for the committee? I think that was a good starting point for me.
Sure. Do you want me to put it back up?
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great.
So this last bullet, I think you're talking about, the working
Yes.
group is formed to discuss the potential projects and then present recommendations to the select board. So we can help facilitate those working group sessions for you. And during those sessions, we can also help with the determining if a project is eligible. That way a project won't even come before you if it's not eligible for ARPA.
Okay. I mean, one of the things I would like to see in the charge, though, is that whether it be a survey or whether it be one form or two forms before, it's brought back to the board with any recommendations. And I think also the charge needs to be that they reach out to boards, committees, and department heads, as well as capital. Well, capital's going to have a seat at the table. So, but I think it's important that there may be wish lists out there that we don't have yet as well that should be considered.
Makes sense.
Marty, Chelsea, Andrew, Sam, thoughts? I mean, I don't think this charge needs to be, 4 pages long. I think it's pretty clear on what we're wanting them to do. So we have two choices here. We can draft a potential charge tonight so we can move this along, or we'll work on a charge and we'll make a decision on the 16th.
I would recommend the 16th. Let us
Okay.
sit. I agree with the points you made in terms of the charge. I think it's just going to be a lot cleaner, crisper charge if we take a step back and look at the words we're going to put on a piece of paper.
Okay.
So I think if you give me a chance to cut and paste from Jennifer's presentation, to put together, and put together the draft charge and everything, and
Yeah.
again, nothing in municipal government is new. We're just recreating wheels from other people's wheels. So, so I can have something put together based on the vote of the board tonight, and we can have that on the agenda for the 16th for the board to wordsmith finalize.
Okay.
And my motion left Mark out as ex officio. He's going to be ex officio anyway, so I don't think it needs to be formalized.
Yeah. The only thing, in thinking of the makeup, I think the only thing we may have neglected to think about was, we talked about master plan. Andrew, you did. There may be, should have been a master plan member on the committee. I think that would have brought a value.
Well, you can still get asked for the at-large. We now have 3 at-large positions.
Yeah, but the at-large can't be on a board or committee.
Right. That was the motion.
Isn't somebody from EDC on master plan?
There is, but
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I'm not
when we seat the committee, I guess we'll give give extra points for that, I guess. I just think it's important that, we've talked about that. Andrew brought it up, and, we talked about implementing maybe potentially something that was in the master plan. So, okay, fair enough. So, Mr. Purple, you have some
homework
to do. Brian and Carla, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add. We kind of left you out of the discussion. You probably preferred that, but
yeah, Brian actually thought it was funny that I was going to be sitting on another committee, and I told him, don't be happy, because I'm going to word the charge or delegate. So,
so Carla, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, Lisa, I'm good. No, I think Jennifer did a great job, and thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, Brian?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, good. No, I'll just reiterate, Jennifer did a good job. I will make just the slight opinion that as far as the revenue replacement, that I personally would probably save that in your pocket for next year, because next year is going to be worse. We know it's going to be worse. So why, just strategically, why would you use it now? It's tempting to use it to lower the tax rate, but if you were going to do it, I'd do it next year, not this year. So, and if you do it this year, you have to specify what you're going to reduce. You can't just say against the tax rate, because technically you could be bringing against debt or pension money. So you have to.
Carla, can't you put into local revenue?
That
as
not
an
Harper.
estimate, the webinar today said we had to, if we used it as, to offset part of the budget, we would have to declare what we were using it for, like specifically.
Yeah,
Carl
it just
and
goes on the
Brian,
recap as a funding source.
Lisa, maybe I'm not reading the room properly, but I don't think there's support for using it in this fiscal year. There certainly isn't here.
I was going to go there, Marty. I was going to wait for,
Okay.
for the conversation to finish. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say, though.
And if we use it next year, the rules are probably going to change. So.
Okay. All right. So I guess that's where we're at. Kathy, advisory, thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated in participating in all the discussions. We will cut you loose. I know Eric is, I just noticed Eric was sitting out in the attendees. So Eric, I apologize for not bringing you over for the discussion. I don't know how long you were there. I apologize for
I
that.
was there that long, but maybe I'm wrong. All right, thank you guys. Good night. Have a nice rest of the meeting.
Good night. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye.
Next up, Trails Committee, proposed changes of committee structure bylaw. So if we could bring, good evening, Catherine. Are you the only one from, it looks like, nope, Tom Mercoulier is here. If we could bring Tom over as well.
Thank you and good evening.
Okay, thank you, Eric, for your note. All right. So, Catherine, welcome back again. I know, we had started this discussion. I know that we were looking to get some feedback from council. Council kind of provided that. I know Mr. Haggerty at the beginning of the meeting, I know he said that he had spoken to you and he kind of expressed his thoughts on that. So based on, I'm just looking through what you said, is there anything new that you want to bring forth to the board before we actually start this discussion or continue this discussion?
Yes, thanks, Lisa. I'll keep it really brief, and I appreciate you putting me at the top of the agenda. So I just did want to clarify one comment that Mr. Haggerty had made, which he said this was about quorum, and our desire to change the structure of the committee is really based and rooted in about improving the structure so that it will benefit the committee and provide an opportunity for residents to get involved in a different way. So that was really our objective. And I was disappointed to hear Mr. Haggerty's thoughts because I was hoping that he would be our ally and help us structure this in a way that we would get it right, and would still hope that if the board decided to move forward, that we could leverage his years of expertise and experience and take those concerns that he has and actually make a really good policy to help prevent any abuse that or issues that might come up. So.
All right, Catherine, thank you. So I know we had general discussion on this. I know I still have myself some of the same concerns I had before with opening the door to associate members. And while I understand the value of it for trails, I still worry that there's a lot of other boards and committees in town. And I think in some cases it could be viewed almost as skirting open meeting law. If you have a bunch of associate members and they're having discussions and they're coming back to your group. I worry about that. That was a worry that I had before. And I'm certainly not saying that's something trails would do, but I think for me, that's one of the concerns that I have. So I'll open it up and just see what other members think as well. Chelsea?
Thanks, Lisa. Hi, Kat. Thanks for coming. I did look at some of the material linked to the other towns, and so thank you for adding some more information from the last time that you would come. I still have some of the same reservations. I just don't want to set the precedent to be doing this. And I would be in favor of having alternates only for permitting boards. So I know that one of the examples that you had sent over, I think it was Walpole, maybe,
No.
or Foxborough. One of them had Ashland. Thank you. So that's where I'm at. I would still only want to do it for a permitting board.
Can I share one thing? During this time, I had a lot of opportunity while I was waiting to do more research. There are, in fact, 12 other towns in Mass, just from this couple hours of sitting here waiting and doing some research, that incorporate associate members, and they incorporate it on non-regulatory bodies. So for example, there's Chatham, Westwood, Arlington, Weston, Ashland, Town of Canton, Lexington, Webster, Marion, Norfolk, Westboro, and Walpole. And they do it on commit, like there's a town forest committee for Walpole and Ashland, Council on Aging, Country Club, so Rail Trail Advisory Committee, those types of things, tree advisory, just so you know that other municipalities are doing this effectively. And also that, you know, Westboro has in their handbook that associate members shall adhere to all rules and regs, including those related to open meeting and conflict of interest. So somehow they have worked it out that those concerns and regulations are something that they've addressed. And then Weston has a very nice policy that I had included that says the use of associate members may not be used to circumvent the provisions of the open meeting law. So just as an example, and something to quote Mr. Purple, you know, what did he say? Nothing in municipal government is new. We're recreating others' wheels. So in a way that we're just trying to do that. So I certainly understand the precedent, and I'll stop talking in just a moment. But I would hope that we could, you know, devise a policy that would prevent that from happening. It's a case by case basis. And we're, you know, the Trails Committee is not like EDC, who has a budget of like 40,000 and a lot more power, control, and influence. You know, I think certain committees this might work for, and I don't want exceptions made. Of course, you need to be fair and across the board, but I would hope that we, as motivated, smart individuals, would be able to find a way. So I'll leave it there and open for the rest of the questions.
Chelsea, did you have anything else? Okay. Marty?
Yeah, I'm generally agnostic about this. I mean, I can live with it either way. I guess where and believe me, I get Chelsea, your and Lisa's reservations. Since we are the ones who would control whether or not someone else could associate members, I'd be willing to give Trails at least a short leash on this and see if it works. You know, and who knows, it might end up being a model for other committees. So I guess, again, I'm generally agnostic. I think you guys have, you know, in some respects, you're the best argument against doing this because you all have been so effective without having associate members. But that being said, I'm also willing to give you the benefit of the doubt that you can figure out a way to do this that makes an awful lot of sense. So again, I can live with it either way, but I would be a yes for letting Trails give it a shot.
Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. As usual, I agree with Mr. Healy, and I actually don't worry so much about the open meeting law issue. I think people need to be sensitive to that regardless of whether they're associate member or whatever. And I think people generally pay pretty good attention to that. I also don't worry about the precedent. As Marty suggested, we're the ones who determine that. I have no qualms at telling the next group who comes in asking for this, if I don't think they make a good case for it, no deal and move on. So I think you do it on a case-by-case basis. I think the Trails Committee has done great work. I think if they think this is a useful thing to help them continue to do good work, I'm very comfortable giving them an opportunity to do this. And if it doesn't work out, he who giveth can taketh away, as they say. So we can certainly reverse our decision to do that if it turns out to be a problem for whatever reason. So I'm firmly in support of this. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Mr. Dennington.
I'm also in support of it, as I was before. I thought it was very persuasive in the materials that there was a link to the town of Weston has a policy on associate members that I thought really answered kind of every scenario that you could think of. So if the item on the agenda was proposed change of committee structure, so it seems like there's now a consensus that this is something worth giving a shot at. I don't remember, maybe it's because this is the third time I think this has been considered, whether you have actually put together a proposed redraft of your charter, because this is something, right, you're looking to have present at the annual town meeting in spring.
So it's twofold. One is
Oh,
an
that's right,
immediate, a near-term request because we are an ad hoc and the board can change that as needed. So the immediate request is, would the board be open to taking a vote to change the charge to include the associate members? And then we put forth at town meeting, I think we needed a bylaw change in order to go from ad hoc to standing. And then that bylaw could also more detail what needs to happen, so that, and maybe we can learn something in the next few months of the way we need to structure the bylaw to afford and make sure the concerns that have been raised are addressed appropriately. So it's twofold.
Okay, so I guess, have you prepared, and it was just in another packet that I just forget, what would be the length of the terms of associate members and how they're appointed? And an interesting point that the Weston policy brings up is they recommend that the associate members really be kind of put on, have particular tasks and then discouraged from participating in discussions about things that aren't really pertaining to that particular task. So those are some of the things that you would think about as you fleshed out this in more detail. Have you done that yet, or would that come a little bit later?
Right. I think that would be a next step. I was hoping
Okay.
that we would get some guidance from the board as to what their preference was. We're not looking to change terms and things like that. We want it to be consistent and a path of least resistance. So yeah, that would be a next step.
Okay.
And I'm happy to put together something for the board, but it was more of like, let's do step by step to see where we end up.
Yeah, because I think that having just terms of associate members just be, annual, I think that's how it's done in other towns. And then if someone, you appoint someone in an alternate position, they just don't show up to a couple of meetings, that's an easy call that maybe they shouldn't continue in that capacity. And then it gives you good sense to give people like a trial run on how interested they are in the committee.
Well, I think all of the committee members on the trails are a year. Like we don't go beyond. So we're all kind of on the chopping block, if you will, annually.
All right. So I will say, Kat, my concerns are not relative to the good work that the Trails Committee does, but there are a lot of boards and committees in the town, and I'm going to struggle the next time somebody comes forward and wants to have associate members, and it doesn't matter who they are. I think that, again, I'm outnumbered. That's okay. I'm good with that. So that being said, I will ask the members, Mr. Healy, as you spoke first, are you planning to look for a motion tonight for this? Are you looking for the change in the charge that we'll vote on that at our next meeting? The changes that Trails is looking for to add the associate member and the language attached to that.
That's what I thought the next step was going to be. Am I
Okay, I
right
just
about
wanted to
that,
be clear.
Catherine? You've got an indication that that you've got support. If you come forward with that you're going to get support for approval from the board. The board.
So the board. So if you could have that, we'll put that on the agenda. for the meeting on the 16th.
Okay.
If we can get that and the board can look at that.
And I really want to leverage Lisa and Chelsea, your concern. Let's use that as an opportunity to really craft this in a way that's going to work. We're not trying to go against the grain just to go against the grain. We want this to work. We want this to be successful for everybody. So we really appreciate your feedback. If you can, continue to provide that, obviously you will, but specifically because you have some thoughts around it. So we appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good evening.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Next up, Mr. Beals, request to close a portion of Chestnut Hill Road. If we could bring Mr. Beals over, he's probably asleep at this point, but good evening, Mr. Beals. How are you tonight? You are muted if you're there. Oh, there you are.
There we go.
Good evening. Welcome tonight. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm fascinated when I sit in on meetings like this, how much work you do and how many different activities you're involved in. It's very impressive. If you could let Brian Dugdale in too, I believe he's in the waiting room.
Sure.
I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And I just, the letter pretty much speaks for itself. I will add to it by saying that there's been a long gestation period in presenting that letter to you. We had a trial run of a closed road back in 2019 when there was some road widening between Dairy Farm Lane and the railroad bridge. It was necessary to widen in order to make that a two-way street. And during the road was actually closed for 11 months, I believe. And my wife and I, and anybody visiting us, were the ones most inconvenienced by that road closure because nobody could go north on Chestnut Hill Road. The road was closed from our driveway northbound. And during those 11 months, many, many people used that road more than usual. People were walking their children, they were pushing baby strollers, they were riding bicycles, they were jogging. And when I was in the driveway and somebody came by, I often just greeted them. And many people stopped and said, wow, this is really great to have this road closed. Do you suppose the town would consider making the closure permanent? And that sort of worked on us here in the neighborhood and wound up, we wound up crafting that proposal, the letter. I will say too, that I was a bit surprised that the responses that you received from both the police chief and the fire chief both failed to mention the fact that there's a third road that goes north from Main Street here at this end of town, and that is Northborough Road. And their letters just seem to think that the only other road was Johnson Road, and that if it were blocked, then there would be a big problem. Of course there would be. But if Johnson Road were opened, Northborough Road were reopened, and quite frankly, I don't quite understand why funds to make that happen weren't on the agenda for our town meeting 2 nights ago, but maybe there was a procedural issue there where it couldn't be there. But that road is a much safer road. It's virtually flat. There are no lines of sight issues. And as we put in the letter, it takes less time if you obey the speed limit to go on Northborough Road over to the railroad overpass than it takes to go on Chestnut Hill Road. And let's see, I also, I have a question from the fire chiefs about the fire chief's memo to you, and that is that He said that there would have to be a cul-de-sac or a suitable turnaround area for fire apparatus if the road were closed. Well, if the road's closed, the apparatus shouldn't be coming up the road anyway. So I don't see why that would be necessary. But it's also entirely possible to put in a breakaway gate that I have seen on secondary access roads into subdivisions in some cases. So that's something that I'm sure the DPW could overcome. It actually could be a road that stayed in use for emergency vehicles if necessary.
Okay, Mr. Beals, we actually have Chief Achilles is still in the participant list, so
Good.
Why don't we bring him over and he can maybe address or clarify, some of the comments that he put in his letter.
Good.
Good evening again, Chief. Welcome
good
again.
evening. Good evening.
Did you
And,
move your computer to another spot? You look like
No,
you're
I just
sitting in
made
a
it look,
different
I
spot.
made it look cooler. That's all.
Well, welcome back again. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think for Mr. Beals, the questions, I'll predicate this as for some time I had lived in Marlboro and traveled Northborough Road, Johnson Road, on occasion to get a change of scenery, Chestnut Hill Road, to get my way back up to Cimarano and Marlboro. So I'm familiar with the area, and I'm supportive of walkability and a safe passage. I think currently Chestnut Hill Road is maybe not as improved as it should be passed. I think it would be your house or at least the parking lot for the farm that it's pretty narrow and pretty, it's a concern about, two-way travel. I appreciate your thought that Northborough Road is an option if Johnson Road is impassable. We do have some concerns related to the proximity to the overpass and on Route 30 and 495 of any incident that would preclude us if we had an accident or an issue. We did have some trees down over the last year or so where we've had some impassable roads. So my opinion is that, my preference, I should say, is that Chestnut Hill Road maintain its passability and be improved enough so that it's safe and passable. I also agree with Mr. Beals that Northborough Road, where it's currently closed, should be passable. These are opportunities to travel. But if the decision of this body is to close, and I would think the section past the farm where the parking lot is for the fields on the right. There's a couple roads in town that are dead ends that we are not able to turn around, and there are opportunities whether we go to Mr. Beals' house or any property on Chestnut Hill Road that we would travel up it and we would have to turn around. The standard and the best practice in the NFPA guidance is not to have a dead end road where there's no ability to turn around a fire truck. And it would be impractical to back down Chestnut Hill Road back down to Main Street. And because it's a town road, you typically have to have that cul-de-sac on town property. So, but if Chestnut Hill Farm said they would do something different, but our preference is to maintain that road as a passable road. I think it needs to be improved to be safer. But if the decision of this body is to close it or make it impassable, I'm not supportive of a gate for the fact that the roads typically don't get maintained post gates, and we could have some deterioration of the road surfaces or in the sides of the road. So a year from now, 2 years from now, it may be totally impassable, even though there's a gate exists. And if it's closed, we would recommend or strongly recommend some ability to turn around a fire apparatus. And we would do that with any road that turns into a dead end road. We've been working on a couple roads that currently are dead end roads that we have no ability to turn around. So that's our position. Again, that's our preference, but again, it could be a policy decision of this board based on what other people think.
I just in response, Chief, I can offer a potential solution. The farm and its managers have been a bit concerned about what would happen when a 53-foot tractor trailer truck comes up to deliver a piece of equipment or supplies. And I think the solution to that would be to widen the opening at the parking area opposite our house. And I know there's been talk about doing that for school bus access as well. So if that were open, if that were extended, that current opening by whatever number of feet it takes, I think that would take care of it.
I think you're correct. I think there's a couple of considerations for the town that they would have to decide is is it the proper turning radius? And is it maintained and plowed year round? And I'm not sure, again, if Chestnut Hill Farm does that. And I think you'd have to have a perpetual agreement with, or some kind of agreement with Chestnut Hill Farm that even, and I've been in there, it's hard to turn in with a pickup truck right now. But when you get in there, how do you get out? Does it have the ability to be what we think of as an in and out? Or would we have to do a 4-point or 5-point turn in the parking lot to get out? And but those are considerations. I think those are reasonable considerations.
I understand. Thank you.
I
just wanted to add,
I could just one quick thing. Mr. Tipton, did you want him brought over as well? I know he signed this.
That would be
he's in
great.
the audience. Okay, if we could bring him over. Thank you. Go ahead.
I just say that pre-COVID, after the road had been closed and then reopened on several mornings, many mornings, I sat up. When I walk the dogs, I go up on the hill just to the west of the house, and I stood there and counted traffic many, many times, because from that point I can see which cars come up Chestnut Hill Road and which ones going westbound on Route 30 bypass or go past the entrance to Chestnut Hill Road and then go up Northborough Road. And it was really interesting. 7 out of 10 cars at that time used Northborough Road. So that in terms of inconveniencing, current travelers, I think that's a minimum. And I've also noticed when I head over to Westboro sometimes, the cars going westbound on Route 30 go past Chestnut Hill Road. They don't turn when I'm turning right up to go onto Route 30. They don't turn right up Chestnut Hill Road. They were going past Northborough Road and going all the way to Johnson Road, and then turning towards Northborough, Marlboro from that point. So I think that in terms of the amount of traffic on Chestnut Hill Road, it's actually it's a small percentage of the cars that go northbound on either Northborough or Johnson Road. And Chief, with all due respect to making the road safer, if the travel way is improved, people are just going to drive faster.
Chief, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So if there was a way to potentially make use of the parking area, and I don't know what restrictions in the CR may or may not be on it, just trying to think ahead if there were cars in the parking lot. And again, I don't know how the apparatus would be able to make the turn if there were obstructions within the parking lot. And again, I'm just throwing that out there. Is certainly not my expertise, but I think it would certainly make it a little harder for you to get the ladder truck in and out of the small parking lot that's there.
Right. And again, I appreciate the request because I think it's a great area, great natural area. an open space area. And I would agree with Mr. Beals that for a year and a half, I would not prefer to take Chestnut Hill Road, go to Marlboro. I would go Northborough Road. So I understand that. But if there was a new road going in and it was going to dead end, we would require a cul-de-sac.
Cul-de-sac.
That was
Okay.
kept open. And I don't want to establish that we're going to close roads and not have an ability to follow that same standard. But if it's the policy of this board to move forward with this, I think a design would have to be vetted out and, and we'd have some stipulations to make it work and some criteria. And I think that would involve public works, conservation, a lot of other departments besides, from a public safety standpoint, the positions of the police chief and myself.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Chip. I appreciate that. So, Mr. Beals, I'm going to open it up to the board, but I will just say, if I have the opportunity to go to Marlboro, I always go down Chestnut Hill. I just think it's beautiful. And 9 times out of 10, there is a deer in the field on the right, just past your house. It never fails. I would be very sad, but I'll certainly open it up to the board. We'll start with Mr. Healy.
Yeah, Mr. Beals, thanks. I guess this is pretty easy for me. I mean, I think for the town to close a thoroughfare that people use, I use it, my kids used it when they were at Algonquin, that there has to be a compelling case. And that just hasn't been made. And then when you layer on top of that, the reservations of public safety, I appreciate what you want, Mr. Beals, but again, from both you haven't made a compelling case, at least in my view, and that's absolutely necessary, really, for me to even think about whether or not it makes sense for the town to incur costs, to take on public safety considerations, et cetera. But that compelling case hasn't been made, so I don't even need to get there. That's where, as I said, I don't like to bury the lead. That's where I am.
Thank you, Mr. Stivers. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Beals.
If I could respond to Mr. Healy, let me, the whole premise of the request for the road closure is a public safety issue. We have a couple that lives on Dairy Farm Lane who has a child who was dropped off from the bus and walks home on Chestnut Hill Road. And they're extremely concerned about that child's safety, as are people who walk the road normally, whether it's walking dogs or pushing, baby carriages, bicyclists. And so it's a huge public safety issue. And if I were you, all of you on the board, I would welcome the opportunity to avoid what's going to be a serious accident on this road at some time. There have been serious accidents in the past. And all it's going to take is one person ignoring the do not enter signage at Dairy Farm Lane, driving south when somebody is driving at a high rate of speed going north, when there's going to be a serious collision. And you have the opportunity to prevent that from happening now.
Mr. Beals, if I lived where you are, I might have the same view, but I don't. And I've got responsibility for thinking about the entire population of Southborough. In my view, you haven't, well, you can make the faces if you want. You haven't made a compelling case in my view.
Well, I know you're an attorney, Mr. Healy, but I beg to differ. We have an attorney who's a neighbor, Mr. Dugdale. He may have a point to make.
Well, but
I'd be happy to
attorneys disagree with each other all the time. I am telling you, you have not made a compelling case in my view.
If I may speak, I'd be happy to the chair.
Sorry, yes, and then we want to go to the rest of the board.
Thank you. First of all, thank you all for the time and the opportunity to be here. I really appreciate it. And Chief Achilles, I appreciate your comments, actually. I think from a public safety standpoint, I think we need, you don't need to look at it very narrowly. And what we heard from Chief Achilles, there's some very real, we're just hearing these comments, and I think they're very real comments that we could really kind of look at as an engineering solution. But as Chief Achilles noted, the condition on Chestnut Hill Road is just unsafe. and the amount of investment that it would take to take a road that was built way before the invention of the automobile to really make it a safe road, if we're all being honest with ourselves, would be like quite the investment. So I think we'd be more than happy to continue the discussion with Chief Achilles about finding an engineering solution for the turnaround, which is a public safety concern. But right now, I live at the end. I live on the corner of Main Street and Chestnut Hill Road. People drive by my house on the front side 50, 60 miles an hour. I have no concerns. that road is built, it's safe, it's wide, it's straight. On the other hand, you've got an old farm road with little children. You've got a lot of public activity. There is a lot of activity happening on that farm, pedestrian activity. And I've seen in just my short time that I've lived here the last 4 years, a lot of unsafe, scary situations, people driving the wrong direction on the road. It's very common. It's a very unsafe situation. And the amount of investment we take to make that safe, I think, is unfeasible. On the other hand, addressing Chief Achilles' comments, I think we'd be happy to look into that.
Thank you. Mr. Stivers?
Thanks, and thanks, Mr. Beals, Mr. Dugdale, and Chief Achilles for your comments. I guess I do hear a compelling case here from the public safety aspect. I have observed cars traveling far too fast on that road. I think that the issue is linked with the Northborough Road culvert repair, and it's my understanding that we actually do have funds now allocated for that. Is that correct, Lisa?
Mr. Purple?
No, we don't have funds allocated for that yet. We do have a potential earmark. We're working through Senator Eldridge's office that continues to be more realistic as the days go by, but there's nothing definitive yet.
Okay, but it's in the pipeline. So it seems to me that at least my support is contingent on getting that culvert repaired, which sounds like may well happen, because I think that does offer an alternate route that's important for public safety purposes. And I agree that there is likely to be some solution to the turnaround for fire apparatus there. And that seems to me, again, to be a realistic expectation that some accommodation could be made for that. So with those two assumptions, I'm strongly supportive of closing that section of the road to improve pedestrian access and safety there. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you. Mr. Dennington?
Thank you. I like this idea. I think the reason I like it is that, one experience that situation I found myself in is, I have my wife and I, we have young children. Often in the winter, you're looking for a place to go walk, which is a paved road, so you're not walking on a trail that's unsteady, etc. This really has the potential to be something like that, where it also has the potential to be kind of a gathering space that really enhances Chestnut Hill Farm. I do think, though, Chief Achilles raised a very, very good point. You got to find a way so that a big fire truck can turn around if it has to go respond to an emergency at someone's house on Chestnut Hill Road. They can turn around. And so, Mr. Beals, what is your perspective on if this would require, for example, alteration of some of those stone walls, widening the road a little bit to make a cul-de-sac, and even removing of some trees? That's kind of going a little bit against, I think, what you want is of preserving the area, but it might be necessary to really have to get where you want to go. What are your thoughts on that? We would have to be a trade-off, right?
Yes, I offered what I think is the practical solution, which is to widen the opening to the existing trailhead parking lot on the farm. And I think that's doable. If there's another way of doing it, one might involve taking the trees down. There's some that are not close to the house, but they're close to the last utility pole, which has a street lamp on it, just past our driveway. And those trees need to come down anyway. They're ashes, and if they're not dead, they're dying. So that wouldn't be an issue if that turns out to be part of a solution. I do have one more comment I did want to make, if I may. Did Karen Galligan get back to the board with any comments? DPW?
I don't see
Okay.
any within our packet.
All right, I just, well, will relate the contents of a short conversation I had with her and with former board member Bonnie Faniff and with you, Lisa, when we were talking about Calander Field and the issues down there. And at the end of that short session, I asked, I brought up the potential of a road closure. And Karen's comment at the time was, I would love to close Chestnut Hill Road. And I did have another short conversation with her just a couple months ago where she reiterated the same position. So I offer that.
Okay, thank you. Andrew, were you?
Sure, just quickly.
No, go ahead.
Another reason I think it does make sense, particularly if Northborough Road is reopened, is there's really 3 roads that all really go to the same place, and you've outlined how. If one of them is not open, you can use the 2 others. And we've had now 2 examples where one of the 3 roads has been closed. So I know you presented this really as kind of an urgent situation you wanted to bring to our attention and have something done, as quickly as possible. I see it as something more that to flesh out this kind of vision of and really envisioning closing and think of it as a parkway. Some more work would need to be done. And even, I'm just thinking about widening the parking lot. And obviously you live there, so you know it better than I do, but isn't there's stone walls that kind of enclose that parking lot, and Chief Achilles would need to have a truck and make a right-hand turn to go in and out of it. So it really may require some sketches and taking down some trees in a way that makes it look temporarily, I guess, a little bit worse. But that's what I think you need to do to get to the vision I think you have of this as kind of really more of a park.
Okay, so I think that would involve the DPW, would it, working together with Chief Achilles?
Well, and also with the adjoining landowners, which I know you're one of them, but also
Yeah, we are, and the trustees of reservations is the only other abutter.
Yeah, I guess, it's not something as easy as just people, signing one piece of paper. It'd have to be a whole plan of how you would do this to
Understood.
really move forward. Thanks.
And
Lisa,
Mr. Purple, wouldn't this require a town meeting vote as well? No, yes?
Well, based on the request, I think the request is a little bit twofold. The first request is to abandon the road, which isn't changing its status as a public road. It's just that it's no longer maintained. And then, and that's something the board could do after public hearing. But the first, yeah, but secondly, obviously, if you're going to discontinue it as a public way, that's a town meeting vote.
Okay, thank
And
you.
Lisa,
Yep, Sam.
Chestnut Hill Road is a scenic way. So
Yep.
if there are trees or stone walls involved there, the planning board would need to be involved in that process. So it's just another participant.
Thank you. Ms. Malinowski, and then I'll go.
Thank you. And thank you for coming tonight. So I just heard a lot of discussion around sketches and plans and taking trees out and moving stone walls. Who's going to pay for this? Because this is not, if you just listen to our last 3.5 hours, we just talked about that we are in a bad situation.
Well, I don't have an answer for you other than to say that I think it would be a matter of the town entities working together. And I would ask Ms. Galligan if she can work with the public safety people to satisfy their concerns.
So
I don't think
I'm sorry, are you suggesting that the taxpayers would pay for this?
Well, it may take a couple of hours. If you're suggesting that we, the residents, should come up with a plan, then I think we can do that.
I'm asking for the labor that, I'm talking about the planning and the labor that it would take to make the changes that you're suggesting.
Well, I do know that the entrance to the trailhead parking area was narrower before my family sold the conservation restriction to the town. And part of that was the agreement in the restriction was to create the trailhead parking area. And the town paid for that extra widening of the stone wall. And if it needs to be widened another 10 feet, that's not a huge cost. It's been done once, it can be done again.
Chelsea, can I just ask a question on what was,
Sure.
so when the widening of the wall, and that was that done during the conservation restriction process? Was that agreed to during that time? Was the widening part of the whole CR and the vote of town meeting? Was it a requirement? I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking.
I don't think so. It was a matter of practicality. People said, gee, we've got to get some vehicles in and out of here. And it was a very narrow opening, like most of the others were. It was just for farm vehicles. And it was widened, I don't know how many feet, but it happened.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Chelsea, sorry.
Okay, so I think in general, I have concerns about going to the taxpayers on this, given that we're talking about cutting budgets for the next fiscal year. So that's one of my concerns. The second one is I'd like to hear from Chief Achilles, either tonight if he knows the answer, or at a later point on what this would do for response time to Dairy Farm Road.
Currently, that's not a preferred route of travel to Dairy Farm.
Okay.
And I think for all, the reasons that are stated, and again, the opinion I penned it's a beautiful property. I love that area. I've walked that area. But as Mr. Healy had mentioned, I look at the whole town and how we design and our access routes, and the standards if we were to close roads or have them dead end roads, what we would require. So whatever the select board's policy is or decision, I'll work within that to like any site plan review or any review, we work to mitigate and come up with solutions that are appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And my final point is I'm very sympathetic to children walking on roads in town. I think we get a lot of feedback on this board about sidewalks that need to be fixed, sidewalks that we want to be implemented. I think you just heard a conversation that we had earlier tonight about how we can improve on sidewalk and walkability in town. So I definitely don't think that this is a unique situation to you. You mentioned the child who has to walk up Chestnut Hill Farm. If that road is closed, that road will not be plowed during the winter. So how will that child get from the end of Chestnut Hill Road up to Dairy Farm Road where they live? So I understand the safety concern, but I think there's a lot more in play here. And I have some general concerns about how this would actually move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Malinowski. So Chelsea touched on a concern that I had, but another one I have is I think we need, we're talking about widening road, taking down trees. I don't know how the conservation restriction and obviously the restrictions that are put within that, what the allowance for that would be as well. So I would certainly want to hear from town council if we're in any way going to put ourselves in violation of the conservation restriction. That's one of the concerns I've had. We've talked a lot about lately scenic roads. I know Flag Road has repeatedly come up, and we've heard from other streets as well. Pine Hill is another road that has concerns about traffic and speed. And I'm just concerned, as I said as well, about the fire trucks turning into the parking area if there's vehicles there. I have come down there, again, I drive down there every chance I get on the way to go to Marlboro, and I've seen the parking lot full. And I guess that's something that would be taken into consideration if an engineering study was done, but that falls into Ms. Malinowski's question as well, is how's that going to be funded, to do that. So I'm not there yet. I think there's a lot of questions to be answered. And again, my first question would be to town council and, removal of trees, as Sam, as you said, you got a scenic road as well as what's allowed within the restriction itself. So, I think we have questions to answer, Mr. Beals, and certainly residents of Chestnut Hill Road. I think that this was a good start to the conversation. I think, let's get some answers. Let's continue the discussion. Let's see if there's a way to, continue to explore this. Go ahead, Andrew.
Mr. Tipton, I think, has been trying to speak here. Raising his hand.
Hi, thank you very much. So I just wanted to, first of all, express appreciation. We are residents of Chestnut Hill Road as well. And I want to thank everyone for their time today and thank everyone for their considered opinions, including Chief Achilles. I think I can add 3 additional points, if I may, briefly, that would be distinct for this conversation. The first would be that I think the town needs to consider, if I may be so bold, that there's a fundamental tension at play here, right? Because by inviting and supporting the growth of the farm and surrounding areas, space for pedestrian use, essentially, particularly given that both sides of the street are part of the same farm property, the trails cross the road. The design of the space is inviting people to routinely be crossing the road. I think we have to pay special attention to the pedestrian concerns within the space, which is particular, I think, to this particular part of town. Second, Chief Achilles, in his considered opinion, pointed out that one of the preference points for him and for the department would be that the road be improved, that Chestnut Hill Road be improved in its one-way stretch, right? And I would invite the town to consider the cost of that, because that is a very complex road, very tightly hemmed in by many trees. I think it's, from a DPW perspective, it's a very difficult road to improve. So I think the opportunity cost, I think you just need to weigh that cost when you're thinking about cost to the taxpayers of what it will mean to actually maintain that road effectively moving forward, particularly for a large vehicle like a fire truck. So I invite you to put that into consideration. And the last point I would simply say is that what the town, if the town continues to maintain this road, please keep in mind that it's a very complex road in terms of traffic. We're proposing the continuation of a road that is first 2-way, then 1-way, then 2-way again. I honestly think, based on what I've seen in terms of traffic flow, of cars going the wrong direction down the road, my son came in a few months ago and said, I can't believe a car just zoomed up the road, screeched to a halt, and then zoomed backwards and reverse back past all of our houses. I think there's confusion about the road. I think there's some misunderstandings about it, and I am fearful about the traffic flow. So I would say the traffic flow, the tension that exists between the purported use of the space for pedestrian space, and as well the expense of maintaining the road, are things that the town needs to keep in consideration. Thank you for your time.
Okay. No, thank you, and thank you again. And just one final point I will add is, I think the farm is very near and dear, Mr. Beals, as you know, to many people in this town. There was overwhelming support to preserve it. And part of preserving it was to preserve some of the views. So I would certainly be interested from hearing from other residents in town as well, as to their thoughts. I mean, the town made an investment in trying to keep something amazing and beautiful down there. And, for that investment, I would just like to have feedback from the public as well. So I think, my takeaway from this is the discussion continues. I think, 3 members of the board just aren't there yet. So I thank you for coming, and it'll certainly be a discussion that we will certainly be continuing. And Mr. Beals, I'll be in touch with you as well.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you all for coming. And it was very nice meeting you, Mr. Dungdale. I've never met you, and Mr. Tipton as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great night, everybody. Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you.
bye.
All right. Next up, Chairman's report. Just a couple quick things. I just wanted to give the board a quick update on the swap shop. Had a great meeting with Ms. David, who's kind of represents, I guess, the way she stepped up, and she's kind of monitoring and handling all the volunteers, and she's coordinating. There's a rather large number of groups that are certainly interested in doing something at the swap shop. We talked about trying to do something on the short term. We had met with Karen. We're hoping maybe by the end of the month, we can get some participation by the volunteers back. I mean, they did an amazing job when they were there. It was, swap shop was in better shape. One of the things we talked about was potentially maybe a longer term is actually moving the sheds. And again, this was just one of the things that was discussed, moving the sheds out towards the front of where the DPW is and letting the volunteers basically manage it. They could pick the days and the hours and the times, and would basically be outside of the transfer station's domain, basically. So, I mean, there are options, there's things to be discussed, but I just wanted the board to know that a discussion had taken place. I know this was a big concern to a lot of people, and at the very least, yes, Marty.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't know what has prompted it, but it's remarkable how busy it's been the last couple of times I've been to the transfer station. So somebody's doing something right, because the traffic has dramatically increased.
So what transpired was it was actually a group that decided that it needed to be a little bit more orderly down within the swap shop. So this group of individuals went down and took it upon themselves to really make a big difference down there. And unfortunately, a complaint came in. Ms. Galligan wasn't aware that they were even there. So there was concern about liability. There was no waivers. Karen didn't know. So it was a matter of putting the steps in place so we could get this great volunteer group, you know, back down in there, doing the good things, but putting some guardrails in place too, that would address maybe some of the concerns that were had. Sam?
Lisa, and again, I support that strongly. I think that it was a huge improvement in terms of ability for people to actually find things, and great work by the volunteers. So I certainly hope we can find a structure that continues to allow their participation and take advantage of it. Thank you.
And Miss David was wonderful that, you know, she's willing to take the lead on this. And, you know, she started a separate Facebook page. There's over 70 members that are willing to donate their time. Weekends, rain, snow, sunshine. And one of the things we had talked about when we talked about potentially moving the sheds was, you know, they could set their own hours. They could do Saturday, Sunday on a Wednesday. You know, I mean, there's plenty of opportunities here. That's a further discussion for down the road. But I just wanted to update the board and the public that hopefully by the end of the month, volunteers will be back doing the great work that they do. So that's that piece. Next up is St. Mark's Street improvements and park. So I wanted to acknowledge that I know members of the board have received correspondence regarding this and had a conversation with council today on 3 specific points. One was there was a question on the license. The license has been signed off on by council and St. Mark's Council as well. It's going to be coming before the board at our next meeting. There is no, and Marty, you can jump in here from the legal perspective. This is the license deals mainly with the liability piece. Is that fair to say, Marty?
Yes.
Okay.
It always deals mostly with the liability piece.
Yeah. So we're in no danger at this point of the work that's taking place without the license being in place, because it is agreed upon. So I'm just going to touch on a couple points. I know there was some concerns regarding structures and potential remains that were there. Council, at this point, there has been nothing provided to warrant the stoppage of the contracted work that's being done to date. Obviously, if something's brought forward, that may have a different connotation, but at this point, there's been nothing presented that would stop the work that's being taking place at this point. There's no proof. Zoning council did not agree. I know there was questions regarding site plan, and council also did not agree that the work being done there required site plan approval at this time. So that's just a quick update. Marty, did I miss anything? Go
No,
ahead.
just, and you know, this is kind of a, this is a kind of a, I know you're going to talk about town meeting in a second too.
Yep.
It's kind of a follow on to that, because one of the, not even a subtext, one of the stated text in some of the messages we received is that the Board of Selectmen didn't talk about this stuff. And we heard that at town meeting about, after having, 40 some meetings about various elements of the downtown initiative, that you had never talked about this. It's just, a little bit frustrating when, what is it now? We've been at this almost 4 hours tonight. We talk about a lot of stuff and cover a lot of ground. And, the same thing happened here where, the research that was done looking back, there were 8 or 9 meetings over the last year where the topic of what was being done here was discussed, including renderings, plans, etc. We had weigh-in from a number of committees in town who commented on the plans, commented on the like, and it's just unfortunate that there's a potential for, I used this phrase on Monday night, for false narratives being created about the fact that things aren't being discussed out in the open when the facts belie that. That's just a little bit frustrating.
Okay, so this is only on as an update to the board. I know Mr. Weisham had reached out to me and he wanted to be able to speak to this, and where it's under members report, it's really a non-discussion item. Andrew, 1 second, please. And so when I had responded to Mr. Weisham, I told him he can certainly speak under public comment, that's what our public comment is for. Andrew?
Sure, I just wanted to make a comment here about the content of, not necessarily the work which is going on right now, but the ultimate content of the park, and the decision having the playground concept removed. And my understanding is that we're not completely decided on exactly what is going to be in the inside part of that park. And this is another thing where it's at a unique location, and there's really maybe an opportunity there to get some more input about historical markers, other points of interest in that park. That's what the understanding that I had. I might be wrong, but that's something where we did talk about this. It was at a meeting. My recollection was the meeting in August, which was the the one meeting we had. The month was a very long meeting, and the ultimate contents of the park, I don't remember that being really fleshed out. So if there's an opportunity to think a little bit slower and more carefully about that, that's something I would be interested in.
So, okay. So Andrew, what we can do is we can certainly talk more about the content of the park. We can put it on our next agenda. We certainly, again, unfortunately, we can't have a discussion about it now. This was just a brief update to touch on a couple points that were raised. So we certainly can put that piece, Andrew. I don't know that anybody wouldn't like to have a little further discussion on that. So, okay, that being said, all right, that's it from me. Members report, Fire Association Halloween Parade and Recreation Trunk or Treat. Ms. Malinowski, I assume that's you.
Yes, that was me. So I just wanted to thank the Fire Association and Recreation for joining forces to put on the parade and the first trunk or treat. It was held the weekend before Thanksgiving, before Halloween, and it was extremely well attended. I did not get to participate in the parade, or my kids didn't, because I was busy setting up my trunk. But the parade looked like it went off great. The chief gave out his Chiefs Awards. Kids were pumped. People waited 30 minutes to go through the trunk or treat line. I don't think anybody anticipated that. There were a lot of extra runs to get candy. But it was I got great feedback on it. It was very well attended. So thank you to, I know Tim Davis and Joe did a lot of work to prep for that, and Chief Achilles. So very well attended events. The next one's me too. So I just wanted to give a wrap up on the rent and mortgage assistance program as part of CARE. So that program has ended. And we were able to help 8 families for $42,000. So that will be part of the CARES reimbursement, assuming that goes through. And if not, if it does not get approved, which I anticipate that it will, we always have the trust to back it up. So just wanted to give a wrap up on that.
Thank you, Ms. Malinowski. Mr. Purple, Town Administrator's report.
Madam Chair, I'll try to be brief because, as I think it's already been noted a couple of times tonight, we're 4 hours in and we still have a ways to go plus an executive session. Quickly, meals tax update. Mr. Ballantyne did have a conversation with the Department of Local Services, did confirm that we are on schedule for a January 1st implementation. It's now Department of Local Services that takes the ball with regards to those businesses which will be affected by the new meals tax, and they are reaching out to those businesses. So we have confirmed that it is all set for January 1st. There was some question as to whether there was something else we needed to do, and at this point we do not. You did receive notice from the town clerk. Mr. Hegarty had sent out something. The Attorney General had finally approved all the changes from the town's bylaws, which were voted at the May 22nd annual town meeting. Most of those bylaws, a lot of it was zoning, and there was a couple of non-zoning ones, and the only one really that affects this board will be addressed tonight under consent agenda for creating the Southwold Public Accessibility Committee. And those members who are currently on the committee will be voted off of the ADA committee and onto the new accessibility committee per the memo that is in your packet. In terms of the question that was asked about quorums at the last meeting, in that I did have a conversation with council. This was in the context of the capital committee. And the question, as I originally understood it, was, is the quorum of the committee, is it, obviously a majority plus one of the membership, so a 7-member committee, 4 is the quorum. And council said, yes, that is. And then I was kind of corrected a little bit as to, well, what if the committee was set up in the charge, an ad hoc committee was set up as a committee can have up to 7 members? Then is it only a quorum of those actual seats that are filled? And council admonished me and said that is not how you set up a committee. Do not, don't play those games. It's a set number. So that is the answer. And I believe that given what you have on your consent agenda tonight with appointing Mr. Schoner capital planning, that now becomes a moot point. And so I just wanted to at least bring that to the board. The one other item I do want to address, we did receive an email, and I know that you're all copied on it, from Representative Dykema. And there's a House bill using relief funds that the state has received through ARPA, and helping to fund from the state's FY21 budget surplus. They're looking to address numerous things in various communities, and Rep. Dykema filed an amendment to secure $100,000 in dedicated funding for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning upgrades to public buildings in Southborough. And so I'm sure that if that earmark does go through, again, it's got a lot of hurdles to get through before it becomes real. But if it does, I'm sure that we can find some areas in our buildings to use those funds to address in the purposes that it's intended for. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Purple. All right, next up, consent agenda. We'll just go around quick and see if there's any holds. Ms. Malinowski.
Sorry, A, B, C, and E.
Okay, Mr. Stivers.
I'll do D. No, A and B for me.
Okay, Andrew.
Seems like a lot. I don't have anything to hold that has not already been held. I was just gonna have a very minor correction to the minutes. That's about it.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Healy.
I'm good.
Okay, and I have none either. So that being said, do we have motions to appoint Tony Schoner to the Capital Planning Committee, term to expire June 30th, 2022, and assign open meeting law complaints of 10/29/21 from Ginny Kramer to Town Council for response?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, roll call. Mr. Dennington.
Mark has a question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Purple.
I just want to correct one thing with regard to the open meeting law complaints. Town council has said we can only assign the one that is attributed to our board. We cannot assign the one for EDC. EDC has to vote that on their own.
Okay, so I
So
will
this is
amend,
strictly for the open meeting law complaint that pertains to the Board of Selectmen.
so I will amend my complaints to complaint specifically.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, do you know,
Go ahead, Andrew.
do you know when the next EDC meeting is and when the deadline to respond is? And is there enough time to do that?
I think that there would be enough time to do that. If not, then I think that would be easy enough to ask for an extension based on when the
Okay.
next meeting is. So I will work with Mr. Anderson to see if
Okay.
they can get that scheduled as soon as possible.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Dennington, while you're still live,
I,
do we have aye?
yes, aye.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
And Ms. Brascio, aye. Okay, let's go back to A, approve open session meeting minutes. Let's start with October 5th. Chelsea, do you want to start? Maybe you'll encompass some of Sam and Andrew's as well.
Okay, and I think this was the first set of minutes that we had from our new minute taker. So I think she did a great job. And they were long minutes, so I don't have a lot. But on 10/5, she wasn't part of our initial meeting before we went into executive session. So we need to add the motion to go into executive session. She has like the description up there, but it was Mr. Healy made the motion, Mr. Stivers seconded it, and then
Yep.
we went into executive with a roll call vote. So we just need to add that in.
Yeah.
Row 288, I wanted to add the word had after Ms. Malinowski. It should say had. And I'm just pulling it up now.
Okay.
I had asked a specific question in a prior meeting. And then 293, I read that a few times and I think it should read 40% as the residential requirement, not residency requirement. And then same in 296, swap out residential for residency. Row 386 should say, instead of 12/31/21, it should say 6/30 of 22. And that's what I had for 10/5.
Okay.
And then I just have.
Okay, so let's go through this. Sam, did you have anything other than that?
Yeah, a couple of things. Line 213, there's a little formatting issue, needs to be subsection F needs to be pulled out there. Line 273, Hegarty is misspelled. 293, 296, Chelsea already commented on that. I'd say residential use limitation and residential use component, just a different wording there maybe. And then line 419, Mr. Healy suggested, I would say there. And I agree with Chelsea, good job on the minutes. It's long and complicated and she did a great job on it. So that's it for 10/5 for me.
Thank you, Sam. Andrew, do you have anything further for 10/5?
Yes, and I'm surprised that the ones that I mentioned were not mentioned already. And I agree that the minutes are very good, and they're very long meetings. On line 64, she moved back to 2012. I think it should be she moved back in 2012. And on line 332, Ms. Brascio calls these issues guardrail issues. I think issues was said twice. I think it should really just be Ms. Brascio calls these guardrail issues. That's it.
All right, so Chelsea, we might as well just go to, and then we'll just make the motion with them together. The 19th, go ahead.
Okay, so in section 6, top of page 4, the first sentence, it should say, she noted that currently all lieutenants in the fire department have a minimum of an EMTA certification. So I just want to add that it's a minimum of That was it.
Mr. Stivers, did you have anything on those?
Yeah, yes, I did. Two things. One, first and foremost, please bring back the line numbers. Much easier. Don't know why we didn't have those on this one. Second, section 3B, line 4, aqueduct is misspelled, and that's it for me.
All right. Mr. Dennington, did you have anything?
Yes, also on the section regarding Mr. McAvoy, about maybe halfway down where it said, Mr. McAvoy said the trail is approximately 1 meter wide and can accommodate 2 people side by side, and added, then there's a period. I think it should just get after and added, just get rid of the period and just put in that, and added that there are no wetlands and said dig safe will be needed. That's
Great.
it.
Mr. Healy, did you have anything?
You know, I just noticed something at the top of page 4, right near where Chelsea was talking about. I think it's line 3. Just feather off. There's an extra O there. Should be dropped out.
Great. Thank you. That being said,
Madam Chair, I will
Yes.
ask again for a policy from the board. When you get to 350 lines a minute, the meeting's over.
hey, that works for me. Would you, that it was on the agenda, I'd make the motion right now. So, okay, do we have a motion to approve open session meeting minutes as amended October 5th, 2021 and October 19th, 21?
So move.
Second.
Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Ms. Braccio, aye. Thank you very much. Ms. Malinowski, B.
Just a quick question on this. Did we confirm from all of the members on the ad hoc committee that they want to continue on the permanent committee?
Yes, the one member who did not, Mr. Akampora, has been removed.
Okay, that's all I
Yep.
needed. Thank
So
you.
you have, Mr. Sines, Mr. Warren, Miss Lou, and Miss Faniff. So there is a vacancy.
Lisa, I had a question about that too.
Sure, go ahead, Sam.
I'll be also. Should we not dissolve the current ADA committee as part of this process since we're creating a new one? It seems to me it's a combination thing here. Dissolve the one
Yes.
and appoint the second.
Yep. So, Sam, that sounds like you're going to make a motion.
Okay. I move that we first dissolve the existing ADA committee and second, appoint the new members as proposed to the new accessibility committee.
Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Ms. Braccio, aye. Thank you. Ms. Malinowski, C.
I just had a question on this, because the bid came in for 78,000 and we approved 238,000 at town meeting. So I just didn't know if is this a phased bid or are there multiple parts to this or?
And I would suggest that you have Mr. Davis come
Oh,
over.
perfect.
He is here.
Yep. Thank you.
Can we
Well, he-
bring Mr. Davis over?
He was here and now he's disappeared.
No, he raises.
Oh,
No, there he
he
is.
Okay.
There he
Yep.
is. Good evening, Tim. Welcome. Thank you for hanging around. We appreciate it.
Hello. Excuse me. Good evening, everybody. Ms. Malinowski, no, this is actually the full bid for the entire project. It came in significantly lower than anticipated. We think there are a couple of reasons for that, mainly being, well, first off, I would say that North Turf is the company that was responsible recently for DePietri. So we're very confident and we're very happy to see them again. Currently, DePietri is probably one of our nicest fields as it stands today. North Turf they're just very aggressive. It was kind of very clear with our pre-bid meetings and dealing with them with addendas and everything of that nature that they really wanted this project. But also we know that they're probably one of 3 contractors that we know of in the state that own the equipment that is requested. So we believe that's keeping the cost down significantly, not having to sub out a lot of the machinery. as the phrase mowing and the whiz wheel, things of that nature are pretty specialized. This line of work with field renos, it's right up their alley. It's their bread and butter. So we're pretty sure that's why they came in aggressively and low, and we are not complaining. So
Okay. No, I think, okay, I just assumed it wasn't the whole thing, so
yeah,
that's great.
that's a good
When are they
assumption.
when will it start?
We're
Will they
waiting for
start?
tonight.
Okay.
We're waiting for approval tonight. We'll put a contract together. It's pretty much ready to go, and then we'll have a kickoff meeting hopefully next week with
Okay.
them, and we'll get a
Okay.
schedule. I'll be happy to forward that to you all.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So Tim, sorry, go ahead, Chelsea.
No, I just have a question for Mr. Purple.
Oh, okay, so I was just going to say, Tim, thank you very much. On a very long night, you've given us a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, a little bit of sunshine. So this is great. I'm sure the taxpayers will appreciate this as well. So
no, we're
awesome.
excited. We're excited to get it done.
Awesome, thank you. All right, Chelsea, go ahead. Sorry.
So this we didn't bond, right?
This we did.
It was from like CPC.
I think this is CP. Yes, I think
Like
this is
recreation
CPC. I don't
bucket,
believe
right?
it was bonded. Correct.
Or some general fund. So then it will just go back. The differential will just, I mean, when the project's wrapped up, there'll obviously be a huge savings. That will just go back into the CPC buckets.
Correct. It'll go back into the buckets that it came from.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
All
I
right.
held
Sorry.
E. I'm just going to
Well,
recuse.
Okay, well, do you want to?
Oh yeah,
seeing
we
as
should
you held
vote
it,
on C.
would you like to make the motion for
Sure.
C?
So I make a motion to approve or to award the bid for Calander Field project.
Is there a, thank you. Mr. Dennington. Okay, Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
and Ms. Brascio. Aye, great. Okay, so Ms. Malinowski, you held C for, you're going to, did you say?
I
you
held
were-
E. Sorry, I held E.
E, okay,
Yeah.
so.
I'm not going to vote on this.
Fair enough. All right, so is there any other discussion on this? I think Chelsea was the only one that held this. That being said, do we have a motion to approve useful life of fire apparatus for bonding purposes?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Mr. Healy.
I have to stay away from bonding stuff. So
Okay, Ms.
completely.
Braccio, aye. And we have 2 abstains.
Just barely.
Just barely, I know, that was a close one. All right, thank you very much. So that being said, that takes care of that. Mr. Stivers, other matters, review of proposed tree policy. I see
Yeah.
Miss Luttrell is in the audience. Do you want to bring her over, Sam? I know she was involved in those discussions.
Sure, yeah. If she
Okay.
has any questions or comments, that'd be fine.
Sure, okay.
Given the lateness of the hour, I'm going to do a high level view of this one. Don't have a final result yet, but I think we're making progress. I've been talking with Karen Galligan, Ms. Luttrell, and Ms. Quinn from the planning board. Had a couple of conversations with the town council about this and looking for an approach that all parties can agree on. We thought we've had this a couple of times and it has evaporated. But I think that we are making progress on the key parts of it. There are 2 portions of this. One is trees on non-scenic roads, which is most of the roads in town. And DPW is looking for a process that allows them to create an inventory of trees that can be removed based on an arborist evaluation and recommendation that they can work on as budget and work schedules permit. And there are close to 100 or 200 trees that are on this list now, as a matter of fact, either structurally deficient or dead trees. And DPW wants to be able to put these trees in this inventory without a tree hearing. And there's latitude to do this in state law, Chapter 80, Section 87, Section 5, that allows removal without a hearing if a tree is deemed to obstruct, endanger, hinder, or incommode travelers, or a tree which endangers persons traveling. And this is somewhat subjective. And town council says that there's some flexibility in this in terms of how do you define endanger and et cetera. But the planning board actually began the process by asking for tree hearings for all trees that go into this inventory. So that's been an ongoing topic of discussion. And I don't have a solution for that now. I've got some ideas that I'm going to continue to work on with both the planning board and Ms. Galligan. I think that an important aspect of this is that seems to be a pretty strong public sentiment to support tree conservation and be involved in tree hearings. And 2 years ago, we added Chapter 153 to the town bylaws, which is the tree bylaw, with the goals of conserving public shade trees and planting additional trees. So again, I think that we need to keep in mind that seems to be the will of the public as we work on this. But I think there are potentially some ways we can deal with this one. The trees on scenic roads, I think, is a little clearer, and that DPW is okay with the planning board holding joint hearings and determining, therefore, the removal or not removal of these trees. The planning board is actually interested in doing this, and I'll let Ms. Luttrell speak if she disagrees with this, but planning board has pointed out, though, that DPW is, according to state law, responsible for posting and administering these hearings, and DPW would certainly like for the planning board to handle this. The planning board has commented that this is potentially going to create some additional workload and budget implications if they have to administer all these hearings. And so I think they're planning to consider this topic at their upcoming meeting. If they were to agree to do this, I think we've got a solution then for the trees on scenic roads. If they don't, then we've got more to talk about. So I'm disappointed I don't have a final recommendation for all of this, but I think that we are making some progress, and I will continue to work on it and update as news develops, particularly as the planning board takes the next pass at this in another couple of weeks here. So that's where we are.
Go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, just a quick, Sam, in the first one you mentioned, the non-scenic roads, there's got to be a way to shorten that, to come up with in other words, it seems unnecessary and overly burdensome to have a hearing about every tree on a non-scenic road. There's got to be a shortcut to that.
And that's exactly what I'm working on, Marty.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I think there may be a way to do that. That again, I think my goal is to allow public participation in a way that's flexible and works for all the parties. And I think at least I can think of one way that might work, but I'm working to discuss that more with the players here.
Okay. Thank you for the update, Sam. Mimi, is there anything you want to add? You're certainly welcome to. If not, you don't have to say a word. Thank you for sticking around. We appreciate it.
Just briefly, I would add that although it may seem arduous to have hearings on all trees on non-scenic roads, they're public trees and they're owned by the public. And the 200 trees that Sam mentioned that are slated for removal are on just 6 roads. The report that is on the DPW website just covers 6 roads. And some of the trees just have a cavity on them and they're deemed to be removed. So the townspeople have over and over again supported trees to support the rural character of our town. We have a bylaw that states that we must comply with Chapter 87, which not having hearings does not comply with. Thank you.
Thanks, Mimi. And that again is my goal, is to find a way to have the public participation in this process that we have not had in the last several years nearly as much.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much for the update. Mimi, thank you very much for sticking around. Next up is recap from November 1st, 2021 special town meeting. So I know when Jim was here, I was able to give him a little shout out, but I really think the clerk's office deserves some major credit and major kudos for what they were able to put together with the restrictions that were put in place. I think overall, it worked very well. People had the opportunity to speak. And I think, again, just major credit to the clerk's office for what they did. And as he said, another 5 people and we would have all gone home, which is a good thing. And again, I think one of the things I will say is it was great to see the turnout. It was great to see people that had never been to a town meeting before. So I think if that, for me, if that's one of the greatest takeaways, you know, it was reaching people and people showing up, and hopefully they'll continue to participate, not just through town meetings, but maybe volunteering with some of the boards as well. So I think there was great discussion. I think on all the articles, I think that you know, all viewpoints were heard. So that's my recap. I'm certainly going to open it up to anybody else that would like to say anything. Ms. Malinowski.
You said it perfectly.
Mr. Stivers, you got to have something to say, Sam.
Wait a minute. I agree with what you're saying, Lisa. I think maybe, and I was impressed by some of the commenters and some of the folks who had not participated previously. That to me suggests an interesting opportunity to follow up individually with some of those folks and say, you know, would you be interested in joining committee X, Y, or Z or whatever, and see if we can draw them in a little bit, because I think there's a lot of good thought there, and it would be great to get some of those folks involved. So that's
Yeah. No, I agree, Sam. And again, it was, I'll just leave it at that. I'll let Mr. Dennington, if you want to add anything, Andrew.
Well, I thought the town meeting was excellent. Just one quick observation was, you know, it was run very efficiently. I think part of it was you arrived and then boom, we went right into it without some of the ceremony. Now I have kind of mixed feelings about that. I liked it was kind of a return to normal, but you know, in some past years for the annual town meeting, it's about 45 minutes of ceremony, reports, etc. So I think that, I don't know, in my mind, there's kind of an interesting question about, should we just go to this format where you just begin and boom, start talking about the substantive stuff right off the bat? It's a difficult decision.
All right, Marty.
You know, Andrew, I hadn't thought of that, but you're right. It was different in that respect. We the treadmill was running and we just got on it.
I was surprised that we didn't even do the Pledge of Allegiance, right? Or was it?
No.
Yeah.
The one thing, Lisa, and I think all of us said this to members of the EDC. You know what? That group has taken a pounding. I think incredibly unfairly over the years. And you know, I think it was a terrific night for Southborough. It opens up the possibility for doing some great things downtown, and a huge portion of the credit belongs to some beleaguered folks on the EDC. And I just think that they are worthy of some serious thanks and praise.
All right, there we go. So there's our recap of town meeting. So next up, I see we have a bunch of people that hung around, much appreciated. Public comment. If you have a comment to make, please raise your hand and we will bring you over. Going once, going twice. All right. That being said, item 6 is the board will be entering into executive session for MGL Chapter 38, Section 21, and will not be returning to open session for the following reasons. 1, to discuss the deployment of security personnel devices or strategies, exemption 4, and 2, to discuss contract negotiations for the fire chief, exemption 2.
Lisa, we have a hand up now, or we did. Oops, disappeared again. Okay, sorry.
Okay, sorry, I missed it. Okay, so that being said, we need a roll call vote to enter into executive session. Mr. Dennington.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr.
So,
Healy.
sorry, did we get a, did we do a motion?
No.
No.
We just did
Okay.
Okay.
It's been a long night. Okay, thank you. Ms. Malinowski, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. So I move that we go into executive session per the statement that Ms. Braccio just read.
Second.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Dennington, roll call vote.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
And Ms. Braccio. Aye. Wonderful. At this time, the board is going into executive session. So, Mark, we're just hanging. We're going to lock the room.
Yep, I think Mr. Probst and Mr. Montijo are the two that will be coming in with us.
Okay.
Okay,
Perfect.
great.
So, I'll wait to say anything actually until the room is locked. Good evening, Mr. Probst. How are you?
Great, thanks. Good evening.
All right, we still have a few people in the attendees. Good evening, Jay.
Good evening, everyone.
Hang on,
So
we're
you-
just giving a second for the other attendees to leave the room.
Oh, that's fine. Jay, thank you for staying up this late.
Yeah. Yeah, for doing
On a work day tomorrow. I'll bring you a bagel in the morning.
Yeah.
All right, we still have 2
You're
attendees. Yep. One left.
It's like closing time at the bar.
It is. It is. This is quite the process.
don't have to go home, but you can't stay
Can't
here.
stay here, right?
Let me finish my drink.
There you go.
Oh.
All right. So
Are we still live on YouTube?
we're still live.